And this is no longer just speculation. First of all, the evidence that shows that Epstein was a creation of either Mossad, Israeli intelligence, American intelligence, Saudi intelligence.
So this whole Epstein thing wasn't some side issue for Charlie. This was something he cared deeply about. And yet, since Charlie's death, Erica hasn't said a single word about the Epstein files. Nothing. Charlie also reportedly had plans to audit the finances of TPUSA. He believed something wasn't right and that the money was being mishandled or hidden, and he wanted a full audit to see exactly where the money was going. But now that he's gone, that plan for an audit has completely vanished. Instead, Erica is out here shamelessly bragging about how much money TUSA made at Charlie's memorial. This was just 11 days after Charlie was assassinated, and his grieving widow is giggling and bragging about how much merch was sold at his memorial. There's a video of Erica reading a note she claims she found in Charlie's office where he listed out his priorities. And what's incredible is that those priorities are basically the exact opposite of how Erica has been acting and what she's been prioritizing since his death.
Like, for instance, like this piece of paper. He wrote on everything. He has papers everywhere. This says, it's the priorities. It says family, children, legacy, kids number one, versus careerism, consumerism, and loneliness.
Kids number one? Okay then, where are Charlie's kids? They're only 3 and 1 years old. So how is Erica doing back-to-back interviews, non-stop appearances, launching a new tour, going to football games, and just generally living a public life like nothing happened? And all this just months after those kids lost their dad. It just doesn't add up. Erica claims her mission is to continue Charlie's legacy. So if Charlie wrote that kids were his number one priority, then why does it look like Erica's been more focused on building her brand than being a mom? And pretty much everything Erica's done since September 10th has been one bizarre move after another. The whole everyone grieves differently narrative just doesn't fly anymore. This isn't normal behavior no matter how you try to spin it. So now the question is, how many lies is Erica going to get away with? Is anyone going to ask her why she lied about that text message and why she's ignoring the Epstein files and the audit Charlie wanted? Or are we just going to keep letting the same people who pushed Charlie to the brink do whatever they want with zero consequences?
Yeah, I seen where you and your friends got together and says, "Oh, he hasn't figured out we're trolling him." Trolling, another word for harassment. Welcome to reality, dude. Welcome to reality. So, yeah, you fucked up. You want to sit there and change the words thinking that it changes what's happened or the history, and it doesn't. But you know, it's really funny because, yeah, you guys are in trouble and you just refuse to realize it. Here we go. I'm doing this whole Reggie thing here. There we go. All right, what other bullshit are you trying to put into my chat, dude? You guys haven't figured out that I have fainted, and you walked right into it, right? So you're just trying to figure out how to sit there and walk your way out of it. I ran out of fingers and toes before the end of the video. Yeah. You don't know what a threat is. You mentioned that in my fucking chat. You don't know what a threat is. When somebody's going out of state to slap other people and stuff like that, those are credible threats. Okay? When someone is warning somebody not to fuck with them, that it's a bad idea, those are responses. It is illegal to get illicit responses out of somebody due to hassling them. That's one of the measures of being hassled and harassed. No. Why would I? Secure that door. There's no reason in order to sit there and go watch that crap. Cheeky Monkey thinks that the service was invalid, but he showed up for court and the judge says, yeah, well, you're here. He doesn't even realize the purpose of service is to give notice. That's it. You can show that you can give notice, it's over. Service has been completed. It's called constructive. Just like constructive eviction. You guys are going to have to, step up your bullshit, I guess. Because you just don't know. You just, And then when someone's actually studying it, the only thing you want to say is, no, it ain't, without doing any study yourself. What an amazing, and the other thing, the judge cannot, the magistrate cannot find with prejudice, dude. And I don't have to let it go to appeals or anything. If I refile, I don't have the 30-page limit, which is causing most of the problems. I've told you. Hey, remember 5 years ago when I said I was going to have a website and that everyone was going to be able to post there and there wasn't going to be any takedowns? It took a while, didn't it? It just means that I refiled, dude. You want to make out that it's some kind of major failure, it isn't. Okay, it just means that I refile. You see, the strongest thing I have is Monell and Harvard abuse. Who told you that? You are very confused. Very confused. Here, let's take a look at the real thing here. Instead of, you speculating and coming up with some stoner fucking point of view here. No, that ain't gonna work, dude. Let's see here. I really mixed that together? Hold on. Come on, refresh. Yeah, you guys don't want to use ChatGPT the way it's supposed to or anything. My RICO charge is huge. It's solid as hell. Come on. Why won't you fucking refresh? Let's see here. This here is a little bit past what we're doing right now. Here we go. Let's see here. Alright, I think this is it. Here's a real fucking evaluation of it. Alright? Here you go. Whoa, what happened here? There it is.
The Colorado Rules of Professional Conduct, adopted by the Colorado Supreme Court and enforced by the Office of Attorney Regulation Counsel, govern attorney ethics, including conflicts of interest. Relevant rules, based on current versions as of 2025-2026, include Rule 1.7, Conflict of Interest, Current Clients. This prohibits representation if there's a concurrent conflict, defined as A-1, direct adversity to another client.
Well, then your problem is much larger than what I thought. Here I am smoking weed and getting all the fucking A's and A pluses, and you guys aren't even smoking anything, and you're that fucking mentally disturbed? Yeah, you just kind of throw yourself in there, don't you, huh?
Or -A-2, significant risk that representation of one client is materially limited by responsibilities to another client, former client, third person, or the lawyer's own interests. Conflicts are non-consentable in certain cases, e.g., direct opposition in litigation, prohibited by law, or institutional interests in vigorous advocacy. Consent must be informed and confirmed in writing if possible. Comment 1.7 emphasizes non-consentable conflicts when clients are directly adverse in the same proceeding. Rule 1.11, Special conflicts for former and current government officers and employees. This applies to government lawyers, like deputy county attorneys, and imposes restrictions on handling matters they substantially participated in while in government service, including screening requirements or recusal to avoid conflicts. Rule 1.10, Imputation of conflicts. Conflicts can impute to the entire firm office, with exceptions for screening in some cases. Analysis of potential violations in your situation based solely on the emails and affidavits you uploaded. No generalizations or external assumptions. The email thread shows Arad responding to your risk management inquiry, June 27, 2025, and scheduling a call, positioning himself as the contact. Affidavit number 5, Paro 7 to 10, describes Arad's response denying fair ties, followed by funneling. Reroute all calls and information to his desk. I was not to discuss this with anyone else or official, as he was taking care of this, resulting in a confirmation letter by the county directing me to David Arad, effectively funneling all related documents and inquiry to himself, preventing any further constructive communications due to the conflict of interest and ethical ramifications. Arad was the attorney of record for Larimer County in a 2022 federal filing, affidavit number 5, Paro 14,
I hope you're driving.
and is now a named individual defendant in your 2025 suit. Complaint caption, David Arad in his individual capacity. Same hour coordinated denial with Thayer. Affidavit number 5, Paro 10.
You taking their
Affidavit
truck
number
or our
8,
car?
Paro 9. After your private email. Potential consequences indications. Unbiased, based on rules and records. Conflict under Rule 1.78-2. As Deputy County Attorney representing the county, current client, Arad's personal interest as a defendant creates a significant risk of material limitation in his representation of the county, e.g., decisions on communications, investigations, or defenses could be influenced by self-protection. Funneling inquiries to himself, while named personally, could materially limit impartial handling.
That's fine.
Non-consentable elements. If the county is a current client, direct adversity, you suing him individually, individually while he represents the county may fall under non-consentable categories. Comment 17 to Rule 1.7, Conflicts in Same Litigation Proceeding. Rule 1.11 Implications. As a current government lawyer, handling matters involving prior government work or third-party claims, Thayer Archbell, while personally implicated, could violate screening recusal duties. Ethical ramifications. Potential for bar complaint discipline, investigation, censure, suspension, disqualification motions in court, or evidence of bad faith obstruction supporting your federal 1983 claims, e.g., due process violations via blocked communications. Leverage in your case, extremely high, shows potential self-dealing, cover-up, and ethical breaches that could pressure settlement, e.g., defendants avoid discovery into communications phone logs proving coordination. Courts take attorney conflicts seriously. This could support motions for sanctions or venue change. Highest leverage points, ranked 1 through strongest, based solely on uploaded records. 1. Coordinated same-hour denials, timing of Arad's email denial, and Thayer's livestream reversal, same hour, private info not public, strongly suggests off-record coordination cover-up. Affidavits number 5 and 8. 2. Funneling as named defendant. Arad routing all inquiries to himself despite being a defendant, blocking other staff. Affidavit number 5, Paro 8, creating direct conflict. 3. Contract admissions naming Arad. Thayer's video thanking Arad for extending my contracts to the 2030s. Timestamps V4 at 6 p.m. Affidavit.
They are fucked. That's what it comes down to. And so are you. Because again, I mean, whether or not I have time for it, Cheeky Monkey's definitely going down as a third party. So's Dunning-Kruger. And you know something? It's going to get to the point here very quickly. All I need to do is just show and point, and somebody else does that. Not me. You know, like an official interfering with the operation of a court is a very serious fucking offense, and that's exactly what Robert, Chad, A-Rod, you, Cheeky Monkey, Dunning-Kruger has stated is your goal. You constantly want to sit there and confuse the issue and make discouraging remarks and threatening people. And I've got a big surprise coming. Where's that big surprise? I've been waiting for it for 5 years. 5 fucking years. All right, let's see if that fixes it. So this is just what it is, dude. Done fucked up too much.
Yes, the Colorado Rules of Professional Conduct, OCRPC, directly address conflicts of interest for attorneys like David Arad, a deputy county attorney, a government lawyer. Below is a review focused on the key rules relevant to your situation, based on the official text from the Colorado Bar Association and Colorado Supreme Court sources, as of the latest amendments through 2025. I'll quote the core provisions word for word where relevant and explain their application to the facts in your uploaded records, emails, affidavits, complaint, without generalization. Relevant CRPC rules. Rule 1.7, Conflict of Interest. Current clients. Core rule for concurrent conflicts. Word for word key text. A. Except as provided in paragraph B, a lawyer shall not represent a client if the representation involves a concurrent conflict of interest. A concurrent conflict of interest exists if 1. The representation of one client will be directly adverse to another client, or 2. There is a significant risk that the representation of one or more clients will be materially limited by the lawyer's responsibilities to another client, a former client, or a third person, or by a personal interest of the lawyer. Notwithstanding the existence of a concurrent conflict of interest under paragraph A, a lawyer may represent a client if 1. The lawyer reasonably believes that the lawyer will be able to provide competent and diligent representation to each affected client. 2. The The representation is not prohibited by law. 3. The representation does not involve the assertion of a claim by one client against another client represented by the lawyer in the same litigation or other proceeding before a tribunal. And 4. Each affected client gives informed consent, confirmed in writing. Application to your case. Arad represents Larimer County, current client, as Deputy County Attorney. He is also a named individual defendant in your suit, adverse to you, but the county is co-defendant. The funneling, reroute all calls and information to his desk. I was not to discuss this with anyone else. Affidavit number 5, para 8, creates a significant risk that his representation of the county is materially limited by his personal interest, avoiding liability as defendant. This appears to fall under 1.7a, 2, personal interest, materially limiting representation. Consent from the county would be required, confirmed in writing, but no such consent is mentioned in records. The same litigation preceding clause, B, 3, may make it non-consentable if the county is effectively asserting positions against you while Arad defends himself. Rule 1.11, special conflicts of interest for former and current government officers and employees, applies to government lawyers like deputy county attorneys. Word-for-word key text. D, except as law may otherwise expressly permit, a lawyer currently serving as a public officer or employee is subject to Rules 1.7 and 1.9, and 2, shall not
Chad
participate in a matter in which the lawyer participated personally and substantially while in private practice or non-governmental employment, unless the appropriate government agency gives its informed consent, confirmed in writing, or negotiate for private employment with any person who is involved as a party or as lawyer for a party in a matter in which the lawyer is participating personally and substantially. Application. As a current government lawyer, Arad is fully subject to Rule 1.7 above. Handling inquiries about Thayer, Archbell, potential third-party matters, while personally named as defendant, risks participation limited by personal interests, violating D5, 1, cross-reference to 1.7. No informed consent from the county is documented. Potential violations indicated by records. Concurrent conflict, Rule 1.7a at 2. Funneling all communications to himself as defendant, Affidavit number 5, para 8. Preventing any further constructive communications due to the conflict of interest and ethical ramifications, materially limits his ability to represent the county impartially, e.g., investigating claims that implicate him. Non-consentable aspect, Rule 1.7b3. Representation involves assertion of claims, your suit, where the county, client, and Arad, defendant, are in the same proceeding, likely non-consentable without full disclosure and consent, which isn't shown. Government-specific duty, Rule 1.11d, reinforces 1.7, no evidence of screening or agency consent for personal involvement. Consequences bar discipline. Office of Attorney Regulation Counsel can investigate complaints leading to private admonition, public censure, suspension, or disbarment if violations are proven, e.g., failure to avoid resolve conflict. Court level, motion to disqualify Arad County Counsel, sanctions, or adverse inferences in your federal case, e.g., bad faith discovery obstruction. Civil liability boost, strengthens your Section 9093 claims, due process, retaliation, by showing self-dealing cover-up, increasing settlement pressure. No direct criminal penalty. Ethics violations are professional discipline, not crimes. Unless fraud, criminal obstruction is proven separately. Is there anything wrong with funneling as defendant? Yes, based on records. It creates a clear concurrent conflict under Rule 1.7a at 2. Personal interest materially limits representation of county. As 2022 county lawyer and 2025 defendant, handling related inquiries blocks neutral access and raises ethical ramifications. Affidavit number 5, para 9. This is not allowed without informed consent, unlikely here as it implicates him personally. Highest leverage in your case, unbiased ranking. Your pro se federal complaint, 25 CV 02433 RTG, is solid for a self-filed pleading. Covers major PESCA 1983 claims, due process, equal protection, First Amendment retaliation, with detailed affidavits, exhibits, armed stalking, displacements, collusion, procedural blocks. It's comprehensive, chronological, and evidence-heavy. Videos, emails, police reports, which courts often credit in pro se civil rights cases at pleading settlement stage. Big claims, municipal liability, individual capacity suits, injunctive relief are well supported by pattern evidence. Ranked leverage points, 1-1 strongest, based on records. 1. Coordinated timing denials. Same hour, Arad Thayer denials after private email. Affidavits number 5, number 8. Strong collusion inference. 2. Arad funneling conflict. Routing to himself as defendant. Affidavit number 5. Direct ethical violation. High for disqualification. Bad faith. 3. Contract shoutout naming Arad. They are thanking Arad for contract extension. Timestamps V4. Ratification improper ties. 4. Retaliation citation. False report. Police report CAD log showing your lawful service intent, yet harassment charge. Exhibit 7. Motion to dismiss. Retaliation evidence. 5. Armed escalation. Multiple weapon draws. Reloads. Affidavits number 2 to 4. Public safety liability. 6. Code retaliation. Displacements. Gray's violation citing speech. Exhibit 5A. Tied to threats. Affidavit 1. First Amendment claim. 7. Procedural obstruction. TRO dismissals, ignoring admissions. Affidavit number 10. Due process. 8. Surveillance drive-by. Home filming. Neighboring instructions. Affidavit number 7. Privacy stalking. 9.
Nine. Paid defamation. Or even just defamation. Oh, that includes you and Cheeky Monkey, don't it? Yeah, let's get the strongest parts and what actually is happening here. I mean, you guys keep well, it doesn't matter. It does matter. You guys want to twist
the strongest arguments in your complaint, 25 CV 02433-RTG, stem from preserved, documented evidence that defendants cannot credibly deny, such as emails, police report CAD logs, code violation summaries, and video admissions timestamps. These create high evidentiary weight, especially in a pro se, Section 1983 civil rights case, where courts give leeway to factual allegations at pleading settlement stages, e.g., Ashcroft versus Iqbal, plausibility standard, but pro se filings are liberally construed per Haynes versus Kerner. The complaint covers big claims, municipal liability, Monell, individual capacity suits, First Amendment retaliation, due process violations, equal protection, conspiracy, and injunctive relief, no contact, policy changes. Key undeniable elements, with quotes from your uploads, make denial difficult without risking perjury or bad faith litigation sanctions. AROD's emails and funneling, undeniable. The official records. The June 27, 2025 thread, Exhibit 5, county emails, shows AROD directly responding and scheduling calls. E.g., I'll plan an 11:30 for a phone call. Affidavit number 5, para 8, quotes, reroute all calls and information to his desk. I was not to discuss this with anyone else or official, as he was taking care of this, resulting in a confirmation letter by the county directing me to David AROD. Strength. Emails are timestamped and preserved. AROD cannot claim they didn't happen. As a named defendant, complaint caption, David AROD, in his individual capacity, while 2022 county lawyer, affidavit number 5, para 14. This shows conflict obstruction. Courts rarely ignore official emails in Section 1983 retaliation claims. Coordinated denials timing. Undeniable timeline evidence. Affidavit number 5, para 10. With same hour of receiving Mr. AROD's denial via email, Robert Thayer went live online and also denied knowing or having ever worked with David AROD in the same hour. Affidavit number 8, para 9, confirms same hour denial after private email. Strength. Private email plus public live stream timing is hard to refute without logs. Discoverable. Supports conspiracy, Section 1983 claims. Courts scrutinize such coincidences. Thayer's contract shoutout, naming AROD. Undeniable video timestamp. Timestamps V4 at 6 hours. Know what you're doing before you do it. Just so you know, my county contracts, thanks to Mr. AROD. So shout out to David AROD for extending my contracts. Affidavit number 8, para 1, quotes nearly verbatim. Strength. Video preserved by you. Thayer cannot deny his own words. Implies improper ties. Ratification. High for municipal liability. Armed confrontations undeniable. Affidavits plus timestamps. Affidavit number 4, para 3. Archbell reached for the weapon, raising it approximately 3 inches out of the holster. Timestamps V1 at 22:50. David Archbell, I have a Bago handgun. 25:10. Reloading rest in peace bullets. Veiled threats. Strength. Multiple incidents. King Supers. Gas station. With preserved videos. Public safety risks hard to deny. Retaliatory citation. False report. undeniable, police records, CAD log, Exhibit 7 FC 25 to 1930-0256. Complainant there reports you trying to ram him, but dispatch notes corrections. In your service intent, FCC 206, male who, in fact, is trying to serve a pro order on just fled from court. Dispatch repeatedly told him to stop following. Police report FC 25-0016-140. Defendant believed would accept service. Strength. Official records contradict Thayer's version. Supports retaliation claim. Code retaliation, displacements. Undeniable violation summary. Exhibit 5A. Violation cites your social media post as basis for RV guest rules infraction at Palomino Place, tied to Gray's threats. Affidavit number 1. Threatened to have the building bulldozed. Strength. County document links enforcement to speech. First Amendment retaliation hard to ignore. Overall complaint strength. Pro se perspective. Solidity. High for pro se. Detailed affidavits, 10 plus. Exhibits, emails, videos, police logs, code summaries, chronological pattern. Survives dismissal motion threshold. Plausible claims under Iqbal Twombly. Big claims covered. Section 1983. Individual municipal liability. Retaliation. Conspiracy. Due process. Funneling obstruction. Equal protection. Targeted enforcement. Injunctive relief. No contact. Policy changes. Jury trial demanded adds pressure. Likely not ignored. Preserved records. Emails. Police KAD report. Video timestamps. Code letter. Create factual disputes courts cannot dismiss on pleadings alone. Settlement leverage is strong. Defendants risk discovery exposure, e.g., phone logs proving coordination, ethics probe on AROD. Weaknesses: pro se status may lead to procedural hurdles, e.g., formatting. Some claims rely on inference, collusion timing, but evidence weight is heavy. This is factual review from uploads. No advice. Consult counsel for settlement prep. If you want bullet point arguments for conference, let me know.
Fucking morons, man. And, you know, making false reports to the police are going to be one of the biggest things that's going to be coming up here that is retaliatory and enforceable. Telling Fort Collins that I was trying to ram him off the road is a false report. And we have that in record. So, and then the other thing we don't have in record is the complete video that he took. The only thing we have is just a little excerpt of it, the beginning and the end. Nothing in the middle because he can't release it. If he releases it, he has to include what? The audio. Okay, where he's making up all this shit before he makes the phone call and shit like that. He cannot release that, and he's going to have to. He's going to have to release the entire video.
Yes, your suit 25-CV-02433-RTG is strong for a pro se filing in federal court, particularly under paragraph 1983 for civil rights violations. It has solid evidentiary support across most, if not all, major claims, with preserved records that defendants cannot easily deny or dismiss at the pleading stage. Pro se complaints are liberally construed, Rayner versus Kerner, and yours includes detailed affidavits, 10 plus, exhibits, emails, police CID report, code violation summary, video timestamps, and a chronological pattern of harassment, retaliation, collusion. This creates plausible claims under Twombly, Iqbal. Factual allegations must be non-conclusory and allow reasonable inference of liability, and the evidence weight is high enough to survive a motion to dismiss and push for settlement discovery. Why it's strong overall. Big claims covered. Paragraph 1983, individual municipal liability, Monell for county policy, custom, First Amendment retaliation, targeted enforcement, code relations tied to speech, due process,
Oh, shoot. Come on.
Yes, your suit 25-CV-02433-RTG in federal court, particularly under Section 1983 for civil rights violations. It has solid evidentiary support across most, if not all, major
Wow.
claims, with preserved records that defendants cannot easily deny or dismiss at the pleading stage. Pro se complaints are liberally construed, O'Haines versus Kerner, and yours includes detailed affidavits, 10 plus, exhibits, emails, police CAD report, code violation summary, video timestamps, and a chronological pattern of harassment, retaliation, collusion. This creates plausible claims under Twombly-Iqbal. Factual allegations must be non-conclusory and allow reasonable inference of liability, and the evidence weight is high enough to survive a motion to
Got an ouchie right there. Yeah, I see that. Okay. Yeah, I don't think this is going to be dismissed at all, do you? Not when it has got all of this evidence in order to support it. You haven't provided any evidence for your claims, have you? No evidence for your claims whatsoever. You just simply try to invert the truth. That's all. Let's see. Oh no, I ran out of grok time. That's all right. Let's see. That's okay. You guys got your dose of being put in your place. Yeah. You're right. So what? Hardship discharge does not include the reserve time, and that's where the record stopped, isn't it? So where's the records for the reserve time? I keep telling you, you're not going to find them, and you keep sitting there, oh, well, I can't find them. No shit, Sherlock. No, there's no straws being grabbed out. Everything is already established. Your activity has been established. Everybody doesn't like you, Taze. I'm about the only one that actually tolerates you. Oh, okay. I'm a war hero then. That's what you're claiming. Okay, I'm a war hero. You keep making all these claims like I'm a legal genius and I'm a war hero. No, dude. Okay, I'm just like every other grunt that was out there. Correct. 1 year, 1 month, 11 days. It really sounds like a lazy typist more than it does anything legit, doesn't it? Something weird about 1 year, 1 month, 11 days, honorable discharge. Huh. And then there's the reserve time I had. So, yeah. No, that's a lie. You see, that's stolen valor right there. I served in the reserves, dude. Yeah, 11111 doesn't sound like a lazy typer, huh? Okay. No, honorable. Not general. Honorable. Well, you need to start looking. If I can find it and I have it, you can get it. You just simply don't want to release what you're saying. You're giving out lies by omission. Gaslighting people. Lying to people about me. That's not a good idea. I just think that you're probably in trouble. You probably are in trouble for that. All right. What? What happened? What the fuck happened? Hold on. I got a problem. Yeah, it's going through. Hold on. Hey, you're going to be doing a lot of woofing if you're going to chase every sound outside, kid. Let's not do any yelling. Hey, no yelling. I know, we're looking. It's wind. It's the wind, dude. It's windy. I know. It's okay. You're a good boy. Good boy. No, no yelling. There we go. That's back up. Yeah, for some reason, Return to Beware Mouse keeps getting knocked off the air, and there's no reason for it. Everything else is still fine. All right, so... There we go. Let's see what it says. Yeah, we do, don't we? So go ahead and find them. Either that or charge me for, stolen valor being an E4 and not an E2. Go ahead. Go for it. And it doesn't say E2. It says E3. Pretty sure it says E3. Heck, I made E3 just arriving in Germany. Was it E? No, it may have been I arrived in Germany with an E2, and leaving Germany I had an E3. Because I was almost immediately promoted. They needed the, and once more, they didn't slot me in E2, E3, E4. They slotted me in an E6 job. That was what my duty assignment was normally for an E6. So. You don't know anything about it, dude. And yet you still make comments. That's a really weak mind, dude. That shows a really weak problem here. All right, here we go.
Resetting everything and answering your 2 questions straight. Haber 1. How strong is the February 11 complaint for a pro se filing? Overall, it is materially stronger than your earlier versions, but it still has a few high-risk sections that are likely to get trimmed or dismissed at screening. What you did right, this helps.
All right, a little bit of a... Oh no! Oh no! Another pretender! None of you have any legal fucking training. You haven't studied. I haven't had any formal legal training, and I can tell you you're full of shit. So, after waiting 5 years, where's this big surprise everyone's been promising me? Huh? I fulfilled everything I've said I was going to do. I'm going to get rid of some of the paid insurgents and actors. I'm going to set up a website. I'm going to put the network together. Hey, you want to know something? I did it. Even with all your bullshit. All of this resistance, I managed to do that. And you guys still have done nothing. Nothing, accomplished nothing except a huge lawsuit against yourself. Never said that, Naven. Again, you're trying to gaslight people. I said, according to my drill sergeant, all I needed was 4 hours of orientation to work on this space shuttle crawler. Yes, that's the level of training that you get. You think that fucking Army gives you just, you know, this is a wrench and this is a screwdriver, go fix something? Is that what you think the Army does? Wow, you're an idiot.
Understood. Comparing your filing to the typical Pro Se federal civil rights complaint across the board, not versus your earlier versions. Where your complaint is above average for Pro Se. Most Pro Se complaints fail because they're either A, pure narrative with no elements, or B, pure legal labels with no events. Yours is stronger than average in these ways. You're aiming at recognizable federal causes of action. First Amendment retaliation, access to courts, due process, Prake 1983 theory. That's already better than the everything is fraud corruption style that gets screened out fast. You have documentary anchors, emails, tied to specific conduct, routing, directives, refusals. Many Pro Se filings have zero written admissions and rely only on personal belief. You're describing a pattern with dates, timelines, rather than a single vague grievance. That combination, legal theory plus timeline plus documentary admissions is not common in average pro se filings, and it's one reason your complaint has real survival potential, even if some counts get trimmed. Where your complaint is weaker than average. These are the same categories that routinely sink pro se cases, even when the underlying story is real. 1. Overreach counts, RICO, criminal statute style. Across pro se cases, civil RICO almost always gets attacked and often dismissed early unless it's tightly tied
Now,
to
this is
a
average
clear
to the average
enterprise,
pro se.
specific predicate acts with details, and injury to business property, not just emotional harm, harassment, or unfair treatment. Even strong evidence of misconduct doesn't automatically equal RICO. Courts treat RICO like a specialized machine with strict parts. Recovery path, how you save the substance even if RICO fails. If RICO gets dismissed, the same underlying facts often remain usable as retaliation, access to courts obstruction, municipal policy, custom issues, or state law tort theories, if you later add them correctly and timely. So RICO dismissed does not mean case dead. It just means that lane closes. 2. Private actors under 1983, state action problem. Typical pro se complaints try to sue private people under 1983 and get cut because as 1983 usually requires state action. Recovery path, if you have evidence showing coordination with officials, directed actions, leveraging official process, quid pro quo, joint participation, you can convert private actor misconduct into joint action conspiracy theories, or keep private actors as part of the pattern facts supporting retaliation obstruction by officials, even if private actors themselves get dismissed from Paction 1983. 3. Policy gatekeeping claims without crisp actual injury. Many pro se access to courts obstruction claims fail because the pleading doesn't clearly state what was blocked, what deadline remedy was lost or delayed, and how that caused concrete harm. Recovery path. This is where your emails can be very powerful because they can prove a directive existed, staff were instructed to route, deny, and you experienced delay/obstruction. If your evidence shows you were prevented from doing a required procedural step or delayed until relief became unavailable, that's exactly the kind of actual injury courts recognize. How strong are your emails for recovering weaker claims? Email evidence is especially high value in federal court when it does one of these things. A. Admission of a directive policy. Best use. If the emails show something like, route all communications to court, do not respond directly, do not provide X, all inquiries must go through counsel, or do not release records, do not confirm status, that can support retaliation if linked to protected activity, access to courts obstruction if it caused concrete injury, Monell policy custom if it's shown as standard practice. This is one of the strongest kinds of evidence pro se plaintiffs can have because it's not he said, she said. B. Proof of causation timeline, second best use. Even if the email isn't an explicit directive, timestamps can prove. You asked for help, you were rerouted, delays occurred, and key events happened right after protected activity. That helps defeat speculative attacks. C. Proof of intent, harder but sometimes possible. If emails show hostility to your petitioning filings or a motive to slow you down, that strengthens retaliation obstruction theories, the realistic average pro se outcome and where you fit. Across the board, most pro se civil rights cases don't die because the plaintiff is wrong. They die because claims are not pleaded tightly, defendants aren't linked individually, or the legal theory is overbroad. Your complaint, based on what you've described and the court's earlier guidance you uploaded, is stronger than average on facts and documentation, but riskier than average on legal reach. RICO, broad conspiracy framing. That combination usually produces one of these outcomes. 1. Partial survival. Strong core claims proceed, weak overbroad counts dismissed. Or 2. Dismissed with leave to amend without prejudice if the judge thinks the structure is still non-compliant. What recovering claims looks like in practice. If you have strong email proof, you don't recover a weak claim by arguing harder. You recover it by reframing the same facts into the right cause of action and stating elements plus defendant by defendant participation plus injury. That's why your evidence can save the case even if certain legal labels fail. If you want the cleanest evidence-driven strength score, Upload or paste the key email chain you're relying on, just the most important ones, 5 to 15 pages total. Then I can do this precisely. Identify the top 5 strongest undisputed facts proven by the emails. Map each fact to the specific elements of your best claims. Retaliation, access, mono. Tell you which claims are recoverable even if RICO Private Actor Trake 1983 gets cut, and exactly how. No hypotheticals, just email X proves Y supports element Z. This claim survives best, this one is still weak. Yes on the first part, no on the second part. Yes, compared to the average pro se federal complaint, yours is above expectation because it's organized around recognizable constitutional theories and you have documentary anchors, emails, instead of only narrative. No, strong evidence does not automatically pull everything through if the pleading theory is legally mismatched. Courts can, and do, dismiss claims even when a plaintiff likely has proof if the claim as pleaded isn't a valid cause of action or lacks required elements. What strong evidence does do, it boosts plausibility and helps you survive speculative, conclusory attacks. It makes it easier to amend, reframe weak counts into the correct legal theories if the court trims something. It strengthens your position later, injunction renewal, discovery fights, summary judgment after the case is in posture. What it can't do by itself, save a claim that has no private right of action, criminal statutes as standalone claims. Make civil RICO work without the required elements, enterprise plus predicates, business property injury plus causation. Turn private individuals into state actors without pleaded facts showing joint action conspiracy. So the accurate takeaway is, your complaint is stronger than most pro se filings, and your evidence materially improves the survivability of the core constitutional claims. But it won't preserve every overreaching theory.
Wants to say I overreach. That's the problem. I think that I'm going to give up on GPT. There's a new one I want to work with. It's actually client side. You download the AI, and then part of the speech program is actually still in the cloud. So all of the calculations happen client side, but the references and the behavior, some of it is kept on the cloud, so you don't have to download 6 terabytes in order to be able to have an AI of your own. It's some of the harder things I've tried to do. Yeah, that doesn't answer it. Yeah, whatever. So, go over there and see if there's any Google ads or anything like that playing. There isn't. There's a reason. There's a good reason. You guys just want to sit there and speculate and hope for the best. You guys speculate and hope for the best. You're fucked. You're just speculating. So here's what ChatGPT, just based on your contradictions in the chat itself, listen to what ChatGPT says.
Got it. Here are direct call-outs. You can paste that point to exactly what they're doing wrong, gaslighting, without threats, without oversharing evidence, and without getting dragged into side quests. 1. There's no evidence. Open quote. That's gaslighting. No evidence is you pretending you've reviewed the record when you haven't. If you're claiming no evidence, list one specific allegation you believe has zero documentation, and I'll answer that. Otherwise, you're just saying a slogan. Close quote. 2. IFP screen will take care of you. 85% tossed. Open quote. That's not analysis. It's wish casting. Screening isn't a vote and you don't have the file. If you think a claim fails, name the claim and the missing element, not percentages. Close quote. NARS 3.
Yeah,
Routing communications through
cheeky
counsel
monkey
is normal.
entering
so
all the
gatekeeping is
false
fake.
information
Open
in there
quote.
doesn't
You're switching
count.
the issue. The issue isn't counsel exists. The issue is whether directives were used to obstruct, delay, or retaliate outside normal process. You're pretending the dispute is about a normal policy so you can avoid the actual allegation. Close quote. 4. Show your lease. Show the lease between Jack and Breckenridge. Open quote. That's a diversion and a privacy trap. Your demand for third-party contracts proves you're not discussing facts. You're fishing for documents to clip and spin. The relevant question is what actions occurred and under what authority, not whether strangers can view private paperwork on a live stream. Close quote. 5. Chad went to talk to grown-ups. Chad doesn't have to talk to you. Open quote. That's a personal insult pretending to be an argument. Whether someone had to talk to me isn't the issue. Whether an official used authority to pressure evictions or interfere with rights is.
Yeah.
Close quote.
That's
6.
easy to
You were
figure
chasing
out, but
him
you guys
yelling.
can't do
Service
that.
was valid, but chasing not so much. Open quote. That's you presenting your conclusion as fact without the full record. If you're claiming chasing, post the timestamp and full context. Otherwise,
Yeah,
you're
you're
just
not going to
narrating
get
your
the full
preferred
context
version.
because he won't give
Close
out the
quote.
video.
7. You made threats. DK posted a video of you making threats. Open quote. Classic burden shift. You're accusing me, so you provide timestamp plus exact words, full context. Too many threats is vague on purpose, so you never have to prove one. Close quote. Nash 8. Only you are in trouble right now. Open
Not
quote.
in trouble.
That's misleading framing.
Who the
A
fuck
criminal
said
charge
that?
or any single case status
trouble.
doesn't decide civil liability or what evidence exists. You're trying to convert current posture into truth, which is logically false. Close quote. 9. Federal court is your personal army / your whip. Open quote. That's a straw man. Filing claims and using civil process is not a whip. You're attacking a caricature, so you don't have to address what's actually alleged. Close quote. How 10. Commercial property zoning, who else lived there? Open quote. This is a moving target tactic. You're throwing out side issues to keep the conversation away from the documented sequence of events. If you have a specific factual correction, state it with a source. Close quote. 11. You made a false report. They have it on video. Open quote. Then cite it. They have it on video is meaningless unless you identify which video, where, and what timestamp. Without that, you're asserting guilt by rumor.
I have it on video.
12, we know exactly where those records are. I've seen the OMPF. Open quote. That's unverifiable bragging meant to intimidate. If you truly have records, you'd use them in the proper forum. In a chat, it's just posturing. Close quote. Short, stop the gaslighting template. Use repeatedly. Open quote. You're asserting conclusions with no citations. Pick one claim, provide one source timestamp, and we'll talk. Otherwise, you're just repeating talking points. Close quote. One-liners for the worst personal attacks, so you don't get baited. Insults aren't evidence. You're dodging. Cite the source or stop claiming certainty. That's a straw man. Address the allegation, not your character sketch. You're asking for private docs to clip. Not happening. Vague accusation equals no accusation. Timestamp or move on. If you want, paste the 3 to 5 accusations you care about most, the ones you want to shut down hard, and I'll write platform-ready replies that target those lines specifically and keep you out of traps.
Sounds like you guys are some real losers, man. They don't want my video because it proves otherwise, stupid. You're a fucking moron, man. Here, let me give you some do-nothings. Here, have a do-nothing, Taze. Maven, have your do-nothing back. There. How to keep idiots busy. Let's see here. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about again, WTT. Why do you keep going on like that? Okay, this is all about official corruption, and you want to defend somebody that was making so many threats. I played that yesterday. 13 threats in less than 15 minutes. Okay, and it kept going and going and going. So, yeah, we're talking about someone that really is dangerous in the community. Yeah, I know I'm muted. And you can't stick your dick in a fucking microwave either. It won't fit in the door. You can't close the door, remember? You got to rip off your dick and throw it in the microwave. You can't just stick your dick in there. The door won't close. Okay? So, why are you saying that I can't serve papers on my own? I did. And the court accepted it. So why are you saying that it can't be? You're an idiot. Why do you keep in this loop, dude? We've already shown the fact that the service was accepted, the court accepted the service, and why? Because we went to trial, dude. So obviously the service was accepted. Yeah, Taze, that's how you get in trouble, is gaslighting like that. You too, Bob. That is how you get in trouble, so be careful, okay? There's a few other people that are watching here just than you, and I think that they're a little bit more interested in finding the facts, not your confusion, because they want to know if they're in trouble or not. Or they have trouble with Thayer too, and is filing on him. That's a good, strong possibility, considering this battle's been going on for a while. Just leave me the fuck alone. I warned you again and again. Leave me the fuck alone. You don't sit there and gaslight my shit.
Here are direct, strong replies. You can paste that flip there, "we have video" claim back onto who initiated contact without threatening anything and without oversharing your evidence. Option 1,
No, you're
short plus
confusing
lethal. If you have video, then you have proof of who initiated contact. Every recorded contact shows Thayer Archbell initiated and escalated. Post the full clip and timestamp. Don't cherry pick. Close quote. Option 2 forces them into specifics. Open quote. Which video, what timestamp, and what exact act are you claiming is against me? The footage shows who approached who first. If you can't cite a timestamp, you're bluffing. Close quote. Option 3 calls out editing cherry picking. Open quote. Saying we have video while refusing to post the full context is a tell. Full context shows pattern initiation by Thayer Archbell. Edited snippets don't count. Close quote. Option 4 turns their claim into your point. Open quote. Great.
Jury
Video is
will
objective.
not be
it shows
watching this
initiation and
because it's going to be
escalation.
done in
The
summary
pattern is
judgment.
consistent. They
Once they
initiate,
lose
I
the
react
partial
to being
summary
confronted
judgment,
/
they're not going to want
harassed.
this to go to trial.
Timestamp it or stop pretending. Close
Nobody
quote.
would.
Option 5, if they claim chasing. Open quote. Chasing is your narrative. Video shows whether someone was followed versus whether they initiated contact and kept re-engaging. Post the timestamp you're relying on. Close quote. Option 6, clean and calm. Open quote. I'm fine with video review. Just do it honestly. Full clip, full context, timestamp, and we'll talk about who initiated contact. Close quote. If you want one closing line to stop the loop. Open quote. I'm not debating rumors. Cite a timestamp in the full clip. Otherwise, you're just repeating allegations without proof. One important caution. Avoid saying each time was to harass me as a flat conclusion unless you pair it with observable behavior. Safer phrasing in public chat is, open quote, each time they initiated contact and escalated. Close quote. That's a video verifiable fact. Who approached, who followed, who re-engaged. And it's harder for them to twist. If you paste the exact line they're using, they have it on video, plus any timestamp they mention. I'll tailor a reply that matches their wording and closes the trap.
Technically, I cannot speak in front of a jury. The court would have to assign me a lawyer. It's my right to demand, and granted when they grant the IFP. So, if it does go to trial, technically, I'm not supposed to talk pro se in a federal courthouse. In a federal trial. Technically, you can't do that. You need to look that up yourself. Oh, I'm happy to face my peers because you want to know something? All of your bullshit and gaslighting and how dangerous I am and stuff like that is not going to be told to them. They're not going to know about your make-believe. The only thing they're going to have is the facts. And if they want to bring up sex offender, they just fucked up. Because it would automatically come in my favor then. You don't know how that works, that's okay. I don't care if you know. I'm here for smarter people that have had problems that need to get rid of it and show them what it takes. What, you know, how to actually navigate the system by doing it. Not giving advice, not doing this, not doing that, not breaking the law, just showing people what it takes in order to fucking do this. And you're fucking those people up, not me. But isn't that your goal? Is so that you can be a bully?
You don't have a realistic emails alone, partial summary judgment now path in this case posture. And the premise that you can win partial SJ before screening service is the part that's off. 1. Chances you win partial summary judgment on emails alone, low right now, for 2 reasons that have nothing to do with how good the emails are. Procedure. Summary judgment, Rule 56, is almost always denied as premature before A. An operative complaint survives initial review, B. Defendants are served and appear, and C. The court sets a schedule, often including discovery. In your case, the court already treated other motions as premature. Substance. Emails can prove important facts, routing directive, knowledge, intent, but most of your claims still require disputed facts. Who did what? Causation, damages, reasonableness, state action, etc. Emails rarely resolve all elements cleanly by themselves. 2. If you did win partial summary judgment, would defendants still want a trial on the rest? Yes, almost always. Here's what typically happens. Partial SJ doesn't end the case. It usually establishes one or more facts or liability on one claim, but leaves damages and other claims for trial. Defendants will offer 1, try to settle, because losing any part of SJ is a risk signal, or 2, fight harder on remaining claims damages, or 3, try to limit damages and narrow the trial scope, or 4, seek interlocutory review only in rare circumstances, qualified immunity issues sometimes. So the realistic answer is, if they lose a meaningful partial SJ, they often become more motivated to avoid trial, but they don't just concede the rest. They will either negotiate or narrow and contest what remains. 3. The real decision point isn't will they want trial. It's, does partial SJ materially increase their exposure? If partial SJ establishes liability, e.g. retaliation as a matter of law, then they have much more incentive to settle. If partial SJ only establishes a narrow fact, e.g. AROD-directed routing, they can still argue no constitutional violation, no causation, qualified immunity, no damages, or that the fact is irrelevant, privileged. Ha-4. What you should do instead if your emails are strong. If your goal is to weaponize the emails early, the best tactical move is usually not Rule 56. It's use the emails to survive screening, motion to dismiss, plausibility plus concrete anchors. Then use them to push for early targeted discovery or oppose qualified immunity if raised. Then move for summary judgment when the case is procedurally ripe. Bottom line, chances of winning partial SJ right now based on emails alone, low. Procedurally premature plus elements still disputed. If you somehow won partial SJ, defendants would still usually push remaining issues toward trial Unless the ruling effectively establishes liability and big damages exposure, then settlement becomes more likely, but trial is still possible. If you want a non-hypothetical answer, tell me which specific claim you think the emails alone prove against Arad and Gray, e.g. retaliation, access to courts obstruction, Monell policy. Then I can tell you.
So, you guys are wrong again. Huh. This thing's drifting. So, yeah, they're not going to want this to go to trial. Let's go ahead and look up that. Alright, so it's going to come up with more details than what I knew about it. But basically, there is somewhere, I don't remember where I read this, but technically a pro se person would not be able to go all the way to trial and speak during the trial representing themselves in federal court. I know the court can waive it, and it depends on the court, but there is some rules about this. Please explain. You see, you need to do your studies, dude. You have to actually look in the books, not just imagine things. Because, oh shit. Okay. No. No, 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 no. Because this came up in Landeros. And it came up really bad in the Supreme Court thing because even though it got on the docket, it came up then. Now, I know that for an absolute fact because even lawyers need a special ticket in order to speak at a Supreme Court hearing. But this is not coming up here. You can't represent someone else, but it says that you can represent yourself, but there is a guide something that I read I bumped into this 3 times now because Andre, a guy I worked with in North Dakota, had the same problem where they brought that up, and it was, but I mean it was only surface because as soon as that was brought up it was just simply that it was up to the court and the court decided that he could proceed. But I'm telling you right now that ChatGPT is not finding it. Now in an LLC, that's what I did for A1000, because I represented A1000 because they made me the CEO and the speaker for the corporation itself, and I was an active part in that corporation with the records and everything like that, so I could represent them. Oh, wait a minute. You guys don't know anything about that, do you? After David's death, I had to take care of quite a few things, including a couple of stray contracts. And again, that was partially brought up. And that was from lawyers, not me. I mean, shit. I'm not going to come up with a rule that actually ties my hands and legs together, okay? I'm just telling you, it really is a rule. And again, this here says one thing and then says another. Oh yeah, oh yeah, I know about that now. That's the problem with this one. It's really politically and mainstream driven. Okay, and then it does this. You're remembering something real, but is specific to the U.S. Supreme Court oral argument rules, not federal district trial in general. When it says in general, it means it's real, but they just don't listen to it. It's not quoting the actual law here. It's quoting practice. But there is, yeah. And that's Supreme Court Rule 28.8. No, they're correct. What's fake and fraudulent is you. The only thing I do is go to DreamHost, go to server stats, end. There isn't any, oh, well, they're fake, or I recreated them, or I altered them. No, that's you altering things. That's your deceit, not mine. It's yours. Okay, 200,000 a week is where we're at right now. That's, and a little over. So we're almost at 1 million ourselves. Now we got 9 million with streamlife.tube, and we've got 80,000 with times 2, Milwaukee and Chicago with WBOU. So yeah, we're doing pretty good. Now we've got another 100,000 when we go over to Global Voice Radio Network, Revolution Radio. We've got another 100,000. I don't know where you're at, man. I don't know what disconnects you from all of this. What is fraudulent is you. You are definitely fraudulent. I'll agree with you. You are. You've been fraudulent for a long time. And that has nothing to do with the case, dude. You're just batting zero. Keep going. It's real simple, dude. You can't fucking take me down with these personal insults and things like that, because I'm far above you, man. I'm far above you. You would have to be over me in some way for your criticism to have any effect on me. All right, so this is what I'm actually up against, and I'm trying to remember if there was some specifics that actually brought this topic up, and I don't remember how, but I do remember the conversation, and I walked away believing that it, of course it is a decision of the court, and it would be. That's Tommy.
You're right that courts discourage pro se trials in practice, but it's not because you're not allowed. It's because judges have case management and efficiency concerns, and they'll strongly encourage counsel or try to resolve the case earlier. The underlying right still exists. What the rule actually says: in federal court, you have a statutory right to represent yourself and conduct your own case. So there is no federal rule that bars a pro se person from presenting their own case at trial. What you're remembering: practical discouragement mechanisms. Courts discourage pro se trial presentation through procedural realities and management tools, not by prohibiting it. 1. Strict enforcement of procedural and evidence rules. Even though judges may read pro se pleadings more generously, pro se litigants still have to follow the same trial rules. Evidence, objections, foundations, witness control. This is where efficiency concerns show up. Trials can take longer and get messy, so courts push toward narrowing issues or settlement. 2. Courts can request counsel, but they don't have to move. In civil cases, there's no automatic right to appointed counsel. The court may request an attorney for an indigent litigant, but cannot guarantee one. Practically, courts sometimes try to recruit volunteer counsel when a case looks trial-bound or complex, but supply is limited. 3. Many districts publish pro se handbooks warning that trial is difficult. These handbooks routinely say self-representation is complicated and time-consuming, and that you'll be expected to comply with the rules. 4. Certain kinds of cases can't be tried pro se. This is the other big source of confusion. You can't represent others, a class, or usually an entity, LLC Corp. Courts explicitly warn self-represented parties about these limits. The Supreme Court exception, where your can't-speak memory is strongest, at the U.S. Supreme Court, oral argument is limited to attorneys admitted to its bar. That's different from district court trials. So what's the real answer to your point? Allowed. Pro se trial presentation in federal district court is allowed by statute. Discouraged in practice, Courts strongly prefer counsel for efficiency and rule compliance reasons.
So what?
They may encourage settlement, narrow claims, and sometimes request volunteer counsel under Section 1915E1. Not guaranteed. The court generally won't give you a lawyer in a civil case. It may try, but it's discretionary and resource limited. If you tell me whether your concern is bench trial versus jury trial, I can explain the practical difference. Judges are often more willing to let a pro se case proceed to a bench trial than a jury trial because it's easier to manage and faster.
Yeah, so basically, it's come up in practice. I expressed it. You wanted me to say I was wrong? I'm not wrong in the practice. I'm wrong in your rights. But then again, they violate your rights all the time in practice, don't they? That's why we're here, folks. That's why we're here. So, any other stupidity you want me to address? You see, if this does go to trial, especially jury trial, the chances of them actually even restarting the case is high, because I would have representation at that time.
For a jury trial, you absolutely can represent yourself in federal court, but you're also right that courts strongly discourage it in practice because jury trials are time-intensive and rule-dense. What's allowed? The baseline. You can be pro se at a jury trial, do opening, closing, examine witnesses, object, introduce exhibits, etc. That's covered by the general self-representation right in 28 U.S.C. 1654. Why it's frowned upon, what you're sensing. It's not a prohibition. It's practical management. 1. Evidence rules are unforgiving. Jury trials require strict compliance with the federal rules of evidence, foundation, hearsay, authentication, relevance, impeachment. Judges don't want to coach you in front of a jury, and they also won't let the jury hear inadmissible material. 2. Time control is tighter. Judges will impose witness time limits, exhibit lists, pretrial orders, motions in limine, and strict trial scheduling. Pro se litigants often lose issues just by missing these steps or not laying proper foundation. 3. Judges avoid even the appearance of favoritism. A judge can give pro se pleadings some leeway, but at trial, especially jury trial, they usually won't relax rules because it looks unfair to the other side and can create reversible error. 4. Jury management is harder. Voir dire, jury instructions, verdict forms, objections at sidebar. These are specialized. Courts prefer counsel so the trial doesn't become chaotic or excessively long. What courts do instead of blocking you? Courts don't typically say you can't try this. They do things that effectively push the case away from a pro se jury trial. Narrow claims early, screening, motions to dismiss, summary judgment. Strongly encourage settlement once key rulings happen. Offer to recruit counsel in limited circumstances, especially IFP cases, but it's discretionary and not guaranteed. When you're more likely to actually reach a pro se jury trial, you're more likely to get to a jury trial pro se win. The claims are simple and event-based. One encounter, clear timeline. The key evidence is clean, documents video, and the case survives early motions without becoming a sprawling multi-defendant theory. The most important practical warning. Even with strong facts, pro se plaintiffs often lose jury trials because they can't get evidence admitted, hearsay authentication, can't properly impeach, or can't craft usable jury instructions/verdict form. That's why judges discourage it, not because you're barred, but because it often collapses on trial mechanics. If you want the best jury trial survival plan in 10 minutes, tell me, 1. Are you demanding a jury on all issues or just damages? 2. What are your top 2 to 3 cleanest claims you'd want a jury to hear? And I'll give you a tight plan for what evidence must be admissible, what witnesses you'd actually need, and how to avoid the most common pro se jury trial failures.
Oh, I survived that. Now, RICO is the one that's going to be difficult in order to survive. But after discovery, I have the opportunity to refile RICO. So, yeah. Right now, it's supported by the evidence in the affidavit, which it does refer to, and it also is supported by the evidence itself. Okay, so after discovery, it'd just simply be reinforced. We already did that. You just want to go in a loop again. We want to go beyond where we've already been, WTT. We already know that it will survive, that the weakest one is RICO, because it's difficult to show, not so much that the court won't accept it. It's just difficult to show, and it's kind of a crapshoot in whether they accept it or not to begin with, even from a paid lawyer. It is difficult in order to show. Now, one of the reasons why it would be accepted is because I am pro se. Oh. All right. Here is another strategy.
Yes. If you later get pro bono counsel and they take the case on, especially if it's headed toward real litigation, they will almost always want to restructure the complaint to match their strategy. That's normal, and it doesn't mean your work was wasted.
What the
Yes.
hell?
If you later get pro bono counsel and they take the case on, especially if it's headed toward real litigation, they will almost always want to restructure the complaint to match their strategy. That's normal, and it doesn't mean your work was wasted. What rewrite usually means in practice, a lawyer typically will narrow the case to the strongest 1 to 3 legal theories and drop the rest. Reframe facts into elements the judge cares about. Rule 8 clarity, plausible causation injury. Clean up defendants. Keep the ones with clear liability. Drop weak jurisdictional headaches. Change remedies damages framing to what's realistically recoverable. Avoid landmines, claims that trigger immunity problems, RICO overreach, criminal statute confusion, etc. Standardize the pleadings to survive motions to dismiss and set up discovery. Whether they can refile or rewrite after your complaint is accepted. Usually yes, one of 3 ways. 1. Amended complaint with leave of court or consent. Courts often allow amendments, especially early. If defendants have appeared, you may need either their consent or the court's permission, Rule 15. Counsel will handle that. 2. Keep the operative complaint, but litigate like it's rewritten. Sometimes counsel won't amend immediately. They'll treat the current complaint as the baseline and refine arguments in motions briefing. 3. File a more targeted amended complaint after initial rulings. If screening motions clarify what survives, counsel may amend to align with the surviving claims. What you should expect from pro bono counsel specifically. Pro bono lawyers often accept cases with defined scope, e.g. handle discovery and summary judgment, or trial only. If they come in after screening, they may still rewrite,
Not my fault you're
but
an
they'll
idiot.
do it in the way that best fits the limited time they can commit. The important thing for you, your current complaint's job is mainly to get the case past screening, preserve the core narrative and defendants, and keep claims alive long enough to get traction. If you reach the point where counsel joins, their rewrite is how the case gets sharpened into something winnable. If you...
What? That's all right. So basically, they will give me a different lawyer if it does, the likelihood of it, because they don't want me stumbling around trying to present this stuff in front of a jury, taking up everyone's time. And that may be where I got that impression that it was not allowed, is because they were seeking that. It was quite a while ago that I bumped into that little piece of trivia, and I had to, do my research. So, that's the whole point of being a student, is you're learning. Unlike WTT and NAVN and stuff, they don't learn at all. They don't seem to understand or be able to grasp things. Yeah. Yep. Ain't no much. I mean, we've covered this already. I mean, I don't know how many times. All right, it's one of the stronger pro se complaints there is. High above average. It's because I did my work. I did my study. You haven't. I love this. Reggie says, bark less, sniff more. Don't chase drama, chase squirrels. If it smells wrong, walk the other way. Nap like you mean it. Reggie says, show up, wag hard. There you go. I like that. So let's take a look at the IFP screening. I have a GPT that's exactly that, but if you guys want to cover it, I'll do it again. And it's for the other people that think that you guys have it or know anything that you're talking about. Let's see. There you go. See, I already got this ran. I can go back and rerun it if you like. You want to sit there and keep saying no.
Below are the strongest non-wishy-washy points you have for each count, using only what's in the complaint and emphasizing how the pleaded facts map to the legal theory. I'm not adding new facts, just sharpening what's already there. Came in a 1983 14th Amendment due process, housing property interests without due process. 1. Your strongest theory is state actor leverage, plus forced displacement without process. You allege Chad Gray used code enforcement authority and threats of government action, fines, warrants, enforcement pressure to push landlords to remove you, producing a constructive eviction effect without notice, hearing, or lawful eviction procedure. 2. You plead specific places, time range, and mechanism, multiple residences, College Ave, Willocks Lane, Palomino Place, and the mechanism is Gray's direct contact with landlords plus threats of official consequences, not a private dispute. 3. You plead actual deprivation and resulting property housing loss, exclusion from the residence, lost access to belongings, forced relocation, financial loss. This anchors deprivation rather than just unfair treatment. Count 2. Private actor harassment intimidation by Archbell and Thayer, pattern plus armed confrontations publication. 1. Your strongest point is a sustained course of targeted conduct after you filed suit. Not a single encounter. You plead multiple confrontations, visible firearms, following recording, and repeated online publication over years. 2. You tie the intimidation to real-world consequences. Online publication led to hostile reactions, indirect threats, fear for safety, routine disruption, heightened vigilance, and altered behavior. 3. You include specific corroboration hooks, affidavit 2/3 videos, posts, and specific locations, shopping center, King Supers, your residence, drive-by broadcast. That makes this read as evidence ready, not speculative. Count 3. Law enforcement omissions, FCPS, LCSO, as pattern non-response. 1. Your strongest framing is not police failed me once, but repeated notice plus repeated non-investigation, non-documentation despite offers of direct video evidence, escalating risk, and requests to treat the events as a connected pattern rather than isolated civil incidents. 2. You plead what you gave them, dates, locations, descriptions, video evidence, and what they didn't do. No follow-up, no contact with suspects, no meaningful review. Plus the practical consequence, non-response, operated as a green light enabling continuation and escalation. This count is strongest when used as the factual spine for count 9, Monel. You're alleging repeated outcomes consistent with a custom practice, not merely negligence. Count 4, Deputy County Attorney Arad, conflict gatekeeping context. When your strongest point is the non-neutral gatekeeper problem after public linkage, you allege Thayer invoked Arad by name, read county contracts. Then Arad remained the county's responder and point of contact, creating an appearance and function of conflicted control over your attempts to pursue relief. 2, you allege continued participation instead of recusal in matters connected to your efforts, with routing back to him rather than a neutral channel. This sets up the access interference theory in count 5.
What's going on here?
Tragic news to bring you this morning. We've been following since the wee hours of overnight. 84-year-old civil rights activist and leader Jesse Jackson has passed away. Now, a lot of you know that he was hospitalized back in November for a degenerative condition called PSP that he had been dealing with as a result of Parkinson's disease, which he also had been struggling since 2017. Jackson has been monumental when it comes to fighting for equal rights and justice for all. He marched alongside Martin Luther King Jr. and recently participated in some activist movements in reference to several Black Americans being killed by police. We have been following the latest developments, his family sharing the latest on his memorial service details. We'll have that for you on page 11. Stay with us.
Huh. Jesse Jackson, huh? I had a near miss with Jesse Jackson in St. Louis. Had to do with the Rice Center. Rice Center didn't want anything to do with him. It's not so much that they're anti-black or racist or anything like that. I mean, a lot of the people there and in charge were black. Okay, so it wasn't that. What it was the fact that he had sold out. Jesse Jackson was there for a profit, not for the cause. And I kind of got mixed feelings about that, honestly. Oh, yeah. Why are you still here? Let's see. Still think it's all just a joke? It's not. It's real. It's happening. $18.70. Huh.
60 million Americans exposed their family history to a website last year. They uploaded DNA samples, shared birth certificates, paid monthly subscriptions to databases promising connection to their ancestors. And almost all of them hit the same wall. Not 1776, not 1620, the year 1870. That is when the names stop. That is when the records vanish. That is when your family tree becomes a collection of question marks. I spent 3 months trying to understand why, and what I found made me realize this is not a gap in record keeping. This is a pattern, and once you see it, you cannot unsee it. Start with the obvious question: why 1870? The answer you will find in genealogy forums sounds reasonable at first. Birth certificates were not mandatory until the early 1900s. The 1890 census was destroyed in a fire. Records simply were not kept as thoroughly back then. These explanations satisfy most people. They satisfied me for about a week. Then I started looking at the details, and the details do not add up. The 1890 census was the most detailed population count in American history up to that point. Nearly 63 million Americans documented with information no previous census had collected. Immigration status, naturalization records, number of children born versus children surviving, whether you spoke English, whether you owned your home or rented, whether you had served in the Civil War and on which side. This was not just a head count. This was a comprehensive snapshot of every person living in America during a very specific window of time. The transition period, the generation that remembered what came before. On January 10, 1921, a fire broke out in the basement of the Commerce Building in Washington, D.C., where these records were stored. The official story says 1/4 of the census was destroyed outright. Another half sustained water and smoke damage. But here is what the official story leaves out. The fire did not destroy the 1890 census. Bureaucratic indifference did. Those damaged records sat in storage for 12 years. No restoration, no copying, no attempt to salvage what remained. Then, in December 1932, the chief clerk of the Census Bureau sent a list to the Librarian of Congress asking which documents should be preserved. The 1890 census was on that destruction list. The Librarian of Congress identified 0 records worth saving, not a single page from 63 million names. Congress authorized the destruction on February 21, 1933. 1 day later, on February 22nd, President Herbert Hoover laid the cornerstone for the National Archives building, a fireproof facility designed specifically to prevent this kind of loss. 1 day apart. The census destroyed on February 21st. The building that would have saved it began on February 22nd. Of 63 million names, approximately 6,000 survived. That is not a fire. That is an erasure. But the 1890 census is only one piece. Let me show you another. Before the 1900s, most American states did not require birth certificates. Massachusetts started in 1841. But South Carolina did not mandate birth registration until 1915. Georgia waited until 1919. Texas started in 1903, but compliance was scattered for decades. When Social Security began in 1935, millions of Americans could not prove they had been born. They had no documentation, no government record of their existence. These people had to file something called a delayed birth certificate. They gathered evidence from census records, church baptismals, family Bibles, testimony from elderly relatives, anything that could prove they existed. The government was essentially asking an entire generation to prove they were real. Think about what that means. Your great-great-grandmother born in 1880 probably has no birth certificate. The only proof she existed might be a handwritten entry in a family Bible, if that Bible survived, if it was not lost or sold or destroyed in one of the many fires that seem to follow these records around. Speaking of fires, there is a term genealogists use called burned counties. It refers to counties where courthouse fires destroyed vital records. You might assume this happened occasionally, randomly, the unfortunate result of wooden buildings and oil lamps. You would be wrong. 40% of Alabama counties lost their records, 40% of Georgia counties, nearly 40% of Mississippi. 60 of Tennessee's 95 counties experienced significant record loss. In some cases, the same courthouse burned 2 or 3 times. Lenoir County, North Carolina lost records in 1878, then again in 1880. Montgomery County burned in 1835, 1840 and 1886. Swain County lost everything in 1879. Then in 1908 a mob burned the courthouse during a riot. No records were saved. Port Tobacco, Maryland experienced what contemporary accounts called a suspicious fire in 1895 that destroyed the courthouse completely. The town never recovered. It lost its status as county seat and faded into obscurity. These were not random accidents. These fires targeted the exact buildings that held birth records, death records, marriage certificates, land deeds, probate documents. Everything that proves who owned what, who married whom, who was born and when. One researcher called it paper genocide. The records that would have documented Native American land ownership, mixed-race ancestry, property claims that contradicted official narratives, all gone. And in some cases, witnesses reported seeing courthouse employees removing documents before the fires started. Records that now sit in private collections under lock and key, unavailable to the descendants who need them. But even this is not the full picture. Let me take you back to 1870 and show you who suddenly appeared in American records that year. 4 million people. 4 million formerly enslaved Americans who had never been documented by name in any federal census. Before 1870, enslaved people appeared in census records as tick marks, a number in a column, age and gender recorded but no names. The 1850 and 1860 censuses included something called slave schedules, separate documents that listed human beings as property under their enslaver's name. No identities, no family connections, just inventory. Then came 1870, the first census after emancipation, and suddenly 4 million people needed surnames. Some took the names of former enslavers, others chose names that meant something: freeman, justice, liberty, hope. Names that declared what they had become rather than what they had endured. But here is what complicates the research. The same family might appear with different surnames in 1870 and 1880. A man might use one name for the census and another for church records. Children might carry their mother's chosen name while their father used something different entirely. The fluidity was necessary for survival but devastating for genealogy. An entire population whose documented history begins at the exact same moment, with the exact same confusion, hitting the exact same wall, and they were not alone. If your ancestors came to America before 1820, there is probably no ship manifest documenting their arrival. The federal government did not require passenger lists until the Steerage Act of 1819 took effect in 1820. Before that, immigration records depended entirely on colonial ports, most of which kept incomplete records or none at all. Approximately 80% of white immigrants before 1790 came from British territories and were never documented. The National Archives states this plainly. They do not have passenger lists for vessels arriving before 1820, with only a handful of exceptions. Millions of people who built this country left no paper trail of their arrival. So let me put this together. Before 1870, enslaved Americans had no names in federal records. Before 1820, most immigrants had no arrival documentation. Before 1900, most Americans had no birth certificates. The 1890 census, the one that captured the transition generation in unprecedented detail, was destroyed through fire and then deliberate bureaucratic action. And courthouse fires eliminated local records across 40% of southern counties. Every single type of document that would connect Americans to their pre-1870 ancestry has been compromised, destroyed, or never existed in the first place. Now let me show you who controls what remains. The largest genealogical database in the world is operated by the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Their organization, Family Search, maintains the Granite Mountain Records Vault in Utah, a nuclear-proof facility carved into solid rock holding over 2 billion names on microfilm, climate-controlled, earthquake-resistant, designed to survive catastrophe. Why does a church maintain the most comprehensive genealogical archive in human history? Because of a doctrine called baptism for the dead. Members trace their ancestry specifically to perform proxy baptisms on deceased relatives, offering them posthumous membership in the faith. The records exist primarily for religious purposes you never consented to. In 2008, the Vatican instructed Catholic parishes worldwide to stop sharing records with Mormon genealogists. In 1995, Jewish groups reached an agreement with the Church to stop posthumous baptisms of Holocaust victims after discovering hundreds of thousands had been baptized without family consent. The controversy continues. Names keep appearing in temple records. Anne Frank, Holocaust survivors, celebrities, politicians. The database grows. And then there is Ancestry, the company most Americans use to trace their family trees, founded by graduates of Brigham Young University. Built initially on digitized LDS publications, now owned by the Blackstone Group, a private equity firm that purchased it for $4.7 billion. Church members receive free access. The company uses LDS records extensively. According to researchers at Harvard, members can send relatives found on Ancestry directly to the church for proxy baptism with the click of a button. You pay a subscription to find your ancestors. Someone else uses them for religious rituals. I keep returning to a question that bothers me more the longer I sit with it. We are told that record keeping before 1870 was simply less thorough, that governments did not prioritise documentation, that fires happened and records were lost through ordinary misfortune. But the pattern suggests something else. The 1890 census was the first stored without local backup copies. Every previous census from 1790 through 1880 had redundant copies kept at state and county levels. For 1890, everything went to one basement in Washington, one location, one fire, one decision to let damaged records rot for 12 years, one authorization to destroy what remained, one day before the fireproof building opened. Maybe I am seeing patterns where none exist. Maybe 63 million names reduced to 6,000 is just bureaucratic incompetence. Maybe 40% of southern courthouses burning is coincidence. Maybe the fact that every document type connecting Americans to pre-1870 ancestry has been compromised is simply how history works. Messy, incomplete, unfortunate. But I do not think you believe that anymore. I think you are sitting with the same question I have been sitting with for months. If you wanted to disconnect a population from its own history, if you wanted to ensure that people could not trace their origins beyond a certain point, if you wanted to create a wall that looked like accident rather than design, what would you do differently than what was done? The records that survived are held in a nuclear proof vault by a religious organisation. The company you pay to access them was built on those same religious archives. The government census that documented the transition generation was destroyed through a combination of fire, neglect, and deliberate authorization. The local records that might have filled the gaps burned in patterns that researchers have called suspicious for over a century. Your family tree does not start in 1870. That is simply where the paper trail was cut. Everything before that you will have to find another way. The stories your grandmother told, the names she mentioned that do not appear in any database, the places she described that sound nothing like what the history books say existed. Those stories are records too, older than any census, harder to burn, impossible to authorize for destruction. Someone is still telling them. The question is whether anyone is still writing them down before that generation disappears completely, and whether the next generation will believe them when every official record says otherwise.
Man, children sometimes. Too many pretenders out there, that's for sure.
This is your last chance, Captain. Step out of that.
Wow. It's fictional. Why the hell are they doing this? This is complete fiction. Them assholes.
You are now looking at the warehouse destruction. This is unbelievable.
Wow.
The rafters, the walls, it's just, it's sad. It's all gone. It's sad. She died. She was also in the military. I have her cremations right here. This multi-millionaire storage unit's been filled with Disney. Look at that, there's ER. Oh, his nose falls off. Uh-oh, his tail fell off. And look at this, George. Zoom in right there.
What am I zoom in?
Is that Mickey? And is that Pokemon?
Pokemon!
I think we're on the money. I love this unit. It's like pure profit. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Whoa!
Some toys were never meant to be played with. A mother bought her daughter a fairy wand from...
Indeed, some toys were not meant to be played with, and I would agree the evil stick is on this list, though not at the top. This is a video with AI voiceover that I got tagged in, so I don't really feel bad covering it and doing the exact same topic. It shows this children's fairy wand on the news, and states children should not have been playing with this, which is true. At first glance, this fairy wand really looks like any run-of-the-mill toy you might pick up as a child as like an impulse buy, but below the surface there were some pretty disturbing things with this toy. Specifically, when you took away this reflecting panel, there was a photoshopped image of a girl doing something not so great to her arm. You guys could probably pick up what I'm putting down. These were allegedly sold at a dollar store in Daytona, Ohio back in 2017. Some people still have access to these, but for obvious reasons, after this was discovered, they were taken off the shelves pretty darn quickly because parents don't want their kids to have this in their toys.
Some toys were never meant to be...
Turns out you can still get a ticket for driving with a device in your right hand.
Types of secret societies. One is,
hey guys.
Every car needs to pull over immediately. This is not a drill.
Did you hear that?
I can't tell you if what happened is an act of terror or an act of God, but I'll keep everyone updated as we learn more.
It's just some stupid viral marketing thing, Mom.
Nora's right. There are other people on the road. It's probably just some stuff.
Are you okay? Keep her head up. The pink stars are falling. The pink stars are falling in lines. The pink stars are falling in lines.
Every car needs to...
I don't want you dancing with no greaser. You are a greaser, aren't you?
Excuse me, man.
Don't you quit while you're ahead, partner. Who the hell asked you?
Let me show you.
I don't want you dancing with no greaser.
Doctor, there's a young woman in emergency. I can't find Dr. Lucas, who's supposed to be on duty.
All right. What's the problem?
She seems to have a...
We've got a dress code.
And now if you're ready, you can claim your steak.
How much extra would I have to pay to get one from the refrigerator?
I'd like a petit filet mignon, not so lean that it lacks flavor.
Just bring us those 3, medium rare.
3 pub onions, medium rare.
Barely touched our salad.
I don't mind you guys being tough on this place, but you can be a little nicer to the waitress.
Something seems to have fallen in my potato.
Those are bacon bits.
I don't eat bacon because of the nitrates.
No problem. They're artificial. They're made out of salt.
They really look out for your health here, don't they?
I had enough of you two, jackass. You know, I used to think you two took after your mother. May have had fancy taste, but she had too much class to ever make me or anybody else feel second rate.
Do you think we've actually lost the ability to appreciate the simple things?
I'm afraid so.
I think we should sit here until we have cleaned our plate.
Going to prove that we are not snobs.
It's like a glove.
You got that at Armani?
We were on our way to Armani when Dad spotted this in the window of a discount clothing store.
It's shark skin. Look at the way it changes color when I move my arm.
You're going to be the handsomest gent at your friend's retirement party. We've got a dress code.
And now if you're ready...
Tell me about that cane.
Magnificent, isn't it? 9?
Hey, next we're moving on. It was with me. Yeah, me. Next we're moving on. It was with me. Yeah, me. Next. Mr. Simon, bring me a dream. Mr. Simon.
I like this. While it looks similar to the Parker and Dunhill silent flame lighters, this is from...
Ren reached into his pocket and retrieved an emergency treat. The sound of the package crinkling worked its magic. Noodle cautiously emerged, nose twitching with interest. The room collectively held its breath as the orange tabby stretched, yawned, and began a casual patrol of the ceremonial chamber, completely ignoring the distinguished visitor. Fascinating, commented the ambassador, their colors shifting to curious yellows and greens. It displays no fear, even in the presence of beings it has never encountered. Truly the confidence of an apex predator. He's just checking for food, Ren muttered. Things were proceeding surprisingly well. Noodle investigated the chamber with typical feline thoroughness, occasionally pausing to groom or sit and contemplate the universe. The ambassador seemed genuinely interested in the cat's behavior, asking thoughtful questions about Earth's ecosystem and the evolutionary pressures that would produce such a creature. Then Noodle noticed the ambassador's cushion. The plush floating surface practically screamed cat trap to any feline observer. Ren recognized the look in Noodle's eyes immediately. Noodle, no, he began. Too late. With graceful precision, Noodle leapt onto a decorative ledge, then to a higher platform, calculating the perfect trajectory toward the ambassador's cushion. In the frozen moment of horror that followed, Ren noticed 2 crucial details. First, that Noodle would indeed reach his target with characteristic accuracy. And second, that directly beside the ambassador rested the ancestral memory crystal of the Kefarian hegemony, a priceless artifact containing the recorded consciousness of their civilization's founders. Brought along for this historic meeting, Noodle landed on the cushion with a soft thump. The ambassador, unfamiliar with physical contact of any kind, reflexively dispersed their molecular structure in alarm. The sudden movement startled Noodle, who instinctively scrambled for purchase, sending the memory crystal flying with a casual back-paw swipe. The crystal arced through the air in terrible slow motion before shattering on the polished floor with a sound that seemed to echo across the entire galaxy. Chaos erupted. The ambassador's particles scattered in distress. Security teams mobilized, alarms blared, and Noodle, having caused sufficient mayhem, calmly began to groom himself on the now vacant cushion. Oh, God, Ren whispered, watching years of diplomatic progress literally shatter before his eyes. In the diplomatic equivalent of a 5-alarm fire, emergency meetings convened across 17 star systems.
The human ambassador to the Galactic Council was summoned for what promised to be the most uncomfortable conversation since humans had tried to explain the concept of reality television to the telepathic hive mind Corellians. Meanwhile, Wren found himself confined to quarters, Noodles smugly napping beside him, awaiting what he assumed would be immediate deportation at best, or possibly designation as an interstellar incident at worst. After 3 days of diplomatic radio silence, Director Chen appeared at his door looking less like a high-ranking government official and more like someone who had recently contemplated the sweet embrace of an airlock without a spacesuit. "How bad is it?" Wren asked. "The Safarians are demanding reparations in the form of 14 uninhabited planetoids and exclusive trading rights in 3 sectors, Chen said flatly. The Melbatrons are calling for a complete review of Earth's membership status. 3 minor species have already severed diplomatic ties, and the Quiblics have proposed classifying all Earth fauna as potential bioweapons because my cat knocked over a crystal, because your domestic predator destroyed a 5-million-year-old irreplaceable cultural artifact containing the consciousness of 17 revered ancestors of the Kefarian race," Chen corrected. "We're basically space pariahs now." Wren stroked Noodle thoughtfully as the cat purred, oblivious to the interstellar crisis he'd created. "I might have an idea," he said slowly, reaching for his datapad. "Something that might help them understand cats, and by extension, humans." "A little better. I'm desperate enough to try anything," Chen admitted. "We need to show them cat videos." Chen stared blankly. "You want to solve this diplomatic catastrophe with internet cat videos? Trust me," Ran insisted. "It's the only way they'll understand." With nothing left to lose, the human diplomatic team arranged for a special presentation to the Galactic Council, billing it as Essential Cultural Context for Human-Feline Coexistence, a Visual Study. The council members, still wary after the Noodle incident but scientifically curious, agreed to attend. Wren prepared a carefully curated selection from Earth's most extensive cultural archive. Millions of cat videos spanning centuries of human-feline companionship. From cats getting startled by cucumbers to cats misjudging jumps. From cats knocking things off shelves to cats getting stuck in ridiculous places. The compilation represented the full spectrum of feline behavior in all its chaotic glory. The presentation began in tense silence. The first video, a classic of a cat methodically pushing items off a counter while maintaining eye contact with its owner, elicited gasps of horror. "As you can see," Wren explained, "this behavior is so common among cats that humans have documented it extensively. We don't fear it, we find it," he searched for the diplomatic term, "endearing." More videos played. A cat attacking a printer, a cat getting its head stuck in a tissue box, a cat startling itself with its own reflection. Gradually something remarkable happened. A Zithorian delegate made a sound that their translator rendered as a chuckle. A Melbatron whispered, "It miscalculated the jump distance," with something approaching delight. Even a Quiblic representative leaned forward, entranced by footage of a kitten battling a ball of yarn twice its size. "For thousands of years," Wren continued, gaining confidence, "humans have shared their homes with these small, sometimes destructive, often unpredictable creatures. Not because they're useful, but because we find joy in their company. They remind us not to take ourselves too seriously." A particularly captivating sequence of a cat frantically chasing a laser pointer across walls and furniture had the entire council transfixed. "The predator cannot catch the light?" asked the Safarian representative, their particles swirling in what Wren recognized as confusion. "No, but it never stops trying,"
Patel, it's great
Wren
to
replied with a smile.
have this opportunity. Thank you
That's
for
what we
being
admire.
here. Thank you for your service. And I've got to say, one of the most disheartening components of the previous administration, when I was working with local law enforcement all over the state of North Carolina, all over the country, people rightfully did not really care about the inner work.
It's important for this FBI to be transparent without jeopardizing our investigations, so a little bit of the timeline is important. Charlie Kirk was unfortunately assassinated on September 10th. We immediately, the next day, released images early in the day in local time in Utah to start the public partnership in our manhunt for the assassin and culprits. At approximately 5 p.m. local time, I arrived on the ground and walked the crime scene myself, and we flew multiple FBI assets in and out to process DNA simultaneously while bringing in evidence response technicians, hostage rescue teams, and other experts to assist state and local law enforcement with their investigation. At 8 p.m. local on September 11th, the FBI collected and populated and promulgated at a press conference a video of the suspect on the grounds. We also released enhanced images. Due to that release that I directed and ordered, the suspect involved was apprehended and in custody at 10 p.m. local time. That's less than 2 hours after we did the video release and the photo release. So within 33 hours, that individual suspect was in custody, and his family, who has since been interrogated, specifically stated to FBI interrogators that because of the video that the FBI released at my direction and because of the photographs that they released, they identified their son.
Gotcha. What's going on? You're okay.
Still breathing. That's a
Coach free!
Got her.
Let's get him into the room.
You folks are heroes. Absolute
Wow.
heroes.
Seen anything like this. Thank you so much. We're not done yet, but... Buddy, gotcha. What's going on? You're okay.
Still breathing. That's a
Coach free!
Got her.
Let's get him into the room.
You folks are heroes. Absolute
Wow. Seen
heroes.
anything like this. Thank you so much. We're not done yet, but... Buddy, gotcha. What's going on? You're okay.
Still breathing. That's a
Coach free!
This teenage girl sends a picture of herself and address to her friend for her friend's advice. But then she realizes that she sent the pictures to the wrong number, and now she's panicking. She's worried that she's going to receive a weird reply from a random person, and the reply she got was very unusual. This random guy wrote back to her, and in his message he said, "My wife isn't home." And this reply led to a shocking chain of events. Sydney Uselton was a senior at Oakland High School in Murfreesboro, Tennessee. She's getting ready for her school's formal. She's doing some dress shopping. She takes 2 photos of this dress, sends it to her friend. Quickly realizes that she sent it to the wrong number, and then her heart...
Story time. Ancient Magnetism and Psychic Forces, written by a man named L.H. Anderson in 1895. Look him up real quick. Tell me if you can find any information about L.H. Anderson, the Freemason who wrote The Key to Power in 1895. In Matthew 17:21, we went over the missing verse about healing all disease and sickness. When I was reading this book, I noticed it mentioned, howbeit this kind goeth out not but by prayer and fasting. What is this book written about? Magnetism gives us information about the existence and action of the life of dreams and the power of creation. It is also the best means of breaking the seal which closes the mysteries of antiquity, rich and fancy, whilst it discloses the similarity and depth of man's capacity and shows us an accordance of phenomenon which formerly in magic was attributed to enchantment and to deceit. Kind of funny. The dude that built Coral Castle said the entire world is built out of little tiny magnets. Yeah. All of Parker's electrical equipment is magnets wrapped in wires. Yeah. Julian's machine runs off of magnetrons. Yeah. The atoms within everything are bonded by magnetic bonds. What does it say about magnetism? Magnetism possesses properties which are not only practically useful as regards health and the relations of life, but also in respect to the highest interest of mankind. In human nature lies the germs of power which are occasionally met with in this earthly form, but which so far have never been perfectly developed except in the man of Jesus Christ. The Freemason I can find no history about is talking about Jesus being the perfect example of enlightenment through magnetic principles. We're getting into ancient esoteric Jewish shit. Magnetism gives us information about the existence and action of the life of dreams and the power of creation. By animal magnetism, hold on, what is animal magnetism? It is called animal magnetism because the animal part of a man is the medium, the conducting body of his penetrating magnetism, which distinguishes our animal senses and the higher faculties of man. By these means, we discover in animal magnetism a new medical science, or the art of healing and prevention of disease, not through a substance, but by a power, a movement which, like sound in the air, light in the ether, appears to be endowed with a surpassing mobility. Was that talking about healing all sickness and disease with thought? That's what that sounds like that's talking about. Here's the chapter I'm in now. Secrets of the Egyptian Magi. Story.
This cop tried to power trip a biker, but Karma had other plans.
You're stopped. Okay, I'm stopped.
Alright, so you need a license plate for that.
I didn't know that.
Okay, now you do. Okay, welcome back.
We're going to be running west towards the Capitol.
Oh my God.
This cop tried.
Once again, old Hollywood is creepy as fuck. Did you know, in 1971, a movie by the name of The Beguiled, starring Clint Eastwood, did this?
Amelia, but everybody calls me Amy.
I'm Corporal John McBurney, but everybody calls me McB. How old are you, Amy?
12. 13 in September.
Old enough for kisses.
Bro, what? So you mean to tell me everybody on the set, the directors, the producers, writers, everybody thought this was okay? I mean, this is why I do these audits, you guys, because looking back...
This coloring book only has blank lines, dots, and spirals. So how do you know what to color? You're just supposed to use your imagination? Well, I chose a spiral page and started at the center. The lines are so small, I felt like I needed a magnifying glass. And it took quite a bit of concentration. I mean, it's been 20 minutes and I still haven't seen much progress, but I kept going. You know, once you start, you can't quit. And like a record player, around and around I went. If anything, this is an endurance challenge. Feel like I'm halfway, but I don't see any image. Oh no, what if I've been doing this wrong the whole time? I changed up my strategy and started spinning the book around the pencil, and this helped quite a bit. The image reminded me of the inside rings of a tree, each ring representing a year of growth. And after an hour, the end was in sight, coloring in the last few lines. I guess all I needed was more patience and to take a step back and view it from a distance. This coloring book only has blank lines, dots, and spirals. So how do you know what to color? You're just supposed to use your imagination?
You know, do your tweets hurt the company? Are there Tesla owners who say, I don't agree with his political position because, and I know it because he shares so much of it? Or are there advertisers on Twitter that Linda Yaccarino will come and say, you gotta stop, man, or, you know, I can't get these ads because of some of the things you tweet.
I'm reminded of, it was
a scene in The Princess Bride. Great movie. And he says, offer me money. Offer me power. I don't care.
So you just don't care. You want to share what you have to say.
I'll say what I want to say, and if the consequence of that is losing money, so be it.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh my God!
Here are some brands that were found in the Epstein files. LifeTouch, the brand that takes 90% of our school pictures and also facilitates JCPenney photos. Yeah, they basically been giving our pictures up so it could be a catalog for these predators to look through so they can see what kids they want. 2, Chuck E. Cheese, the CEO, and now they're going to have a new one starting on February 13th because he decided to step down after getting caught. Wayfair was mentioned just short of 400 times in the files. So yes, y'all were completely right, and it was not a conspiracy theory when everyone was saying that Walmart and Wayfair are listing shoes and furniture at $100,000 price tags with the names of real children that were missing. It was not a conspiracy. They were really doing that. Victoria's Secret, Bath & Body Works, White Barn, and Pink. They're all owned by Les Wexner, and he is in the Epstein files. It's everyone. Here are some brands that were found in the Epstein files. LifeTouch, the brand that takes 90% of our school pictures and also facilitates JCPenney photos. Yeah, they basically been giving our pictures up so it could be a cat.
Who is that, you might ask? Why, that's none other than the Chief of Police. And he was the chief of 2 different departments. That should scare you. I guess he was chief before the arsons happened, but still. It's claimed that over the course of a decade, the former chief, David Crawford, committed 13 arsons against people who he felt wronged him. This is just a short, so if you want to see more about this story, see the links below. Who is that, you might ask? Why, that's none other than the Chief of Police. And he was the chief of 2 different departments. That should scare you. I guess he was chief before the arsons happened, but still. It's claimed that over the course of a decade, the former chief, David Crawford, committed 13 arsons against people who he felt wronged him. This is just a short, so if you want to see more about this story...
This dude wasn't acting. He was the real deal. R. Lee Ermey, Hollywood's scariest drill instructor. I can't believe this whole time I've been covering famous Marines and I still have yet to talk about R. Lee Ermey, so let's get into it. Ronald Lee Ermey, born March 24th, 1944, a native of Emporia, Kansas. He would serve in the aviation support field. R. Lee Ermey would enlist in the Marine Corps in 1961 at the age of 17 and would attend Marine Corps Recruit Depot, San Diego. His MOS would be in the aviation support field, although I couldn't find the exact MOS. And after a few years of doing that, he would become a drill instructor aboard MCRD San Diego, where he would serve at 3rd Recruit Training Battalion, India Company, from 1965 to 1967. Once he was done being a drill instructor, he would serve with Marine Wing Support Group 17, aboard Marine Corps Air Station Futema in Okinawa, Japan. In 1968, he would be deployed to South Vietnam for 14 months, and upon completion of that deployment would return to Okinawa, Japan, where shortly after he was promoted to the rank of Staff Sergeant. In 1972, he was medically retired due to several injuries he received while he was in the Marine Corps, and on May 17, 2002, he received an honorary promotion to the rank of Gunnery Sergeant by then Commandant James L. Jones. Once he was medically retired, R. Lee Ermey would attend the University of Manila, and while there, he was cast in his first role in The Boys of Company C, playing a Marine drill instructor. But it wasn't until his breakout role in the movie Full Metal Jacket to where he really got his name.
I am Gunnery Sergeant Hartman, your senior drill instructor.
I'm willing to bet a paycheck that there's not a Marine on the planet who hasn't seen that movie. The funny thing is, the original role for that part was supposed to go to Tim Corselli. However, the director, Stanley Kubrick, went with R. Lee Ermey instead because R. Lee Ermey could actually be a drill instructor, citing that this type of behavior couldn't be taught to a professional actor. And instead, Tim got this role. Stanley Kubrick even allowed Ermey to write, edit, and improvise his own dialogue. Let's relive some of them.
How tall are you, Private? Sir, 5'9", sir! I didn't know they stacked shit that high. You trying to squeeze an inch in on me somewhere, huh? Sir, no, sir! Bullshit, it looks to me like the best part of you ran down the crack of your mama's ass and ended up as a brown stain on the mattress. I think you've been cheated.
Later on, Arlie Ermy would go on to host a little show called Mail Call on the History Channel, one of my personal favorites. Arlie Ermy was a great ambassador for the Marine Corps who
I don't know if you've seen this clip, but this might be one of the craziest things I've ever heard someone say on Ancient Alien.
The internal cavities were not parallel, suggesting a dovetail. We use them to hold things together. What I'm saying is that they were using these for a mechanical purpose, probably to hold hinges for a door.
The H-blocks may have been used to mount hinges for a massive door. To test his theory, Dunn created a door hinge.
One on the bottom, one on the top, this piece, hinge pin in it, and then you have the hinge.
Alright, some experimental archaeology to prove a theory seems pretty normal, right? They say that the H-blocks from the Pumapunku archaeological site in Bolivia were giant door hinges. Well, let's unpack how he got there. First, he says this looks like a dovetail. He then just sort of speculates that it must have been a door hinge. He then makes a bunch of door hinge pieces, custom made for this block, assembles all of it together, and used that to conclude, see, it obviously was a giant door. This is insanely dishonest, and here's why. This being a dovetail is just a complete assumption. There is no evidence beyond it sort of looking like one. But much worse than that, none of these pieces actually exist. This isn't like models of other pieces found at the site assembled to support a theory. This is a guy coming up with a theory and then making a bunch of custom pieces to support it. It's something similar in the episode where they tried to prove that this was a model of an airplane by building a functioning replica and removing all of the things that would make it not be a good airplane. They do this experimental pseudo-archaeology all the time in Ancient Alien. And I think it's worse than a lot of the more overtly crazy stuff they say because it's kind of convincing. After that, I had to see what else this episode had to offer. So I sat through the entire thing, and let me tell you, it was terrible. So if you're looking for a headache and a laugh, come check out my new video of I think it's people. Oh, thank God, somebody's here. Oh, wait, people. Alright, let's warm you up.
You're not gonna kill the only living thing I've seen in a year! You're still alive. We're alive. Don't sleep.
Does this mean Pokemon Go can do their own Epstein files of all the accounts that interacted with this Pokestuff? So we could actually go and say anybody who's interacted with these Pokemon Go Pokestop on Little St. James Island, I mean, these are the people that were on the island, right? I mean, absolutely. We've had the Epstein files, now we need the Pikachu files. Does this mean Pokemon Go can do their own Epstein files of all the accounts that interacted with this Pokestuff? So we could actually go
can let it go for you, 'cause I am not afraid of falling. If it ain't for you, say I keep falling. You can feel it down.
Hey guys, Andy here with SkyTap Paramotors. I also have Skyride Paramotor SIV, and I do paragliding inspections for a living. And you probably recently saw that there was a catastrophic failure in Kaylee Bliss's glider, where almost all the A lines, all the B lines, all broke. So let's go ahead and take a look at what that looks like. As some of you guys know, I do free paragliding inspections when there's an accident. So likewise, Kaylee brought it over to get her.
Go fix. I'm gonna go fix some yummy one hamburger. Up there and lay down.
Uncontrolled. I was angry, but I expressed that anger in a Everything feels efficient.
Captain Scriblix looked around the examination room at his crew members, who were displaying more genuine happiness about medical treatment than he had ever seen them express about successful criminal enterprises. Dr. Frumplebottom, he said quietly, what exactly have you done to my pirates? I've given them proper medical care, she replied, with the simple satisfaction of someone who had just solved a problem that everyone else had been too stupid to recognize. And Captain, this is just the beginning. The phrase, just the beginning, struck Captain Scriblix with the kind of cosmic dread usually reserved for discovering that one's spaceship was held together with hope and expired insurance policies. Beginning of what? Your comprehensive health transformation. Captain, what I've shown you today represents barely 5% of what modern medicine can do for individuals who have been operating under suboptimal health conditions. Dr. Frumplebottom was now speaking with the passionate intensity of someone unveiling plans for galactic conquest through preventive health care. 5%? We've identified the problems. Now we implement solutions: nutritional rehabilitation, exercise therapy, stress management, addiction recovery, cognitive enhancement through optimal brain chemistry. Each item on Dr. Frumplebottom's list struck Captain Scriblix like a separate revelation about the possibilities of existence he had never considered. But that sounds like becoming the most effective version of yourself, like operating at full capacity instead of struggling along at 30% efficiency, like living instead of merely surviving, like giving up piracy. Dr. Frumplebottom looked at him with the expression of someone who had just been asked if healing people meant they had to stop being doctors. Captain, why would improving your health require giving up your career? If anything, optimal health should make you better at whatever you choose to do. But healthy people don't become pirates. Says who? The question hung in the air like a challenge to every assumption Captain Scriblix had ever made about the relationship between criminal lifestyle and personal wellness. Says... He realized that he couldn't actually identify a source for this belief other than the vague cultural assumption that suffering and poor health were somehow essential components of authentic criminal identity. Says nobody, actually, he admitted. Exactly. Dr. Frumplebottom's triumph was complete. Captain, there is absolutely nothing preventing healthy, well-educated, optimally functioning individuals from choosing piracy as a career path. In fact, they would probably be much better at it. And in that moment, Captain Blorktimus Scriblix experienced the most terrifying revelation of his criminal career, the possibility that he could become a pirate who was actually good at being a pirate. The next 72 hours aboard the Benevolent Chaos would later be classified by the Galactic Medical Association as either the most successful application of comprehensive healthcare intervention in recorded history, or a complete violation of every principle of voluntary medical treatment ever established. The distinction was largely academic, since the results were undeniably impressive. Captain Scriblix and his crew had not been allowed to leave. This wasn't due to any form of imprisonment or hostile detention. Rather, Dr. Frumplebottom had simply explained that beginning comprehensive health rehabilitation while allowing patients to return to the exact conditions that had caused their medical problems in the first place was like trying to fill a bucket with holes in it while standing in a rainstorm of stupid decisions. But we're pirates, Captain Scriblix had protested during what Dr. Frumplebottom had cheerfully classified as therapeutic resistance to treatment protocols. Yes, dear, and you'll be much better pirates once your cognitive function improves and your bodies stop actively rebelling against your life choices, she had replied, with the unshakable confidence of someone who had never encountered a medical problem that couldn't be solved with proper treatment and adequate documentation. The pirates had been assigned to what Dr. Frumplebottom called patient recovery suites, which were essentially comfortable quarters equipped with medical monitoring systems, educational materials about proper nutrition, and entertainment devices that had been programmed to display only content related to healthy lifestyle choices. Captain Scriblix found himself in a room that was more luxurious than any accommodation he had experienced in his entire criminal career. The bed automatically adjusted to optimal sleeping positions. The lighting gradually shifted to support natural circadian rhythms, and the food delivery system provided meals that were not only nutritionally balanced, but actually tasted better than anything he had ever eaten. This is psychological warfare, he muttered to himself, while consuming what Dr. Frumplebottom had described as therapeutic nutrition designed to support liver recovery and cognitive enhancement. The meal consisted of fresh vegetables that somehow didn't taste like punishment, proteins that provided sustained energy without the usual digestive rebellion, and beverages that contained what the nutrition information cheerfully described as optimal hydration with essential vitamins and minerals. It's delicious psychological warfare, he admitted reluctantly, but it's still psychological warfare. His communication device chimed with an incoming message from Griznok, whose recovery suite was apparently equipped with even more advanced comfort features. Captain, you have to try the thing they call meditation." "Meditation?" Scriblix replied, though speaking the word felt like attempting to pronounce an ancient incantation he didn't understand. Dr. Bumbershoot says it's a technique for reducing stress and improving mental clarity. You just sit quietly and focus on breathing, and Captain, it works. Works how? My brain feels organized, like someone came in and filed all my thoughts in proper categories, and the anxiety I've had about everything for the past 15 years, it's gone. Captain Scriblix stared at his communication device with the expression of someone who had just been informed that his first mate had been replaced by an alien pod person with an interest in self-improvement. "Griznok, are you telling me that you've been anxious for 15 years? Constantly, about everything, combat, navigation, whether we had enough supplies, whether other pirates were better than us, whether my dental pain meant I was dying?" But Dr. Bumbershoot explained that most anxiety is caused by stress hormones produced by poor physical health and inadequate coping mechanisms. And meditation fixes that? It's like having a manual for your own brain. Captain, did you know that our species is supposed to experience something called inner peace? Inner peace? It's this feeling where you're not constantly worried about everything. Doctor, Bumbershoot says it's the natural state when your body isn't fighting off nutritional deficiencies and toxic overload. Before Captain Scriblix could formulate a response that didn't involve questioning the fundamental nature of reality, his communication device chimed again with a message from Blurfix. "Captain, they have something called exercise therapy." "Exercise therapy?" "Doctor, Snodgrass says that physical activity releases chemicals in your brain that make you feel happy. And Captain, I've been using their fitness equipment for 2 hours and I feel amazing." "You feel amazing because you've been exercising?" "My energy levels are through the ceiling. My mood is better than it's been in years. And Dr. Snodgrass says that regular exercise could extend my lifespan by 20 to 30%, while improving my physical capabilities across all performance categories." Captain Scriblix was beginning to suspect that his crew was experiencing some form of collective hallucination brought on by prolonged exposure to competent medical care. "Blurfix, are you telling me that moving around deliberately makes you feel better?" "Not just better, Captain. It makes you feel like you could conquer the universe, but in a healthy, sustainable way that doesn't compromise your long-term wellness goals." Healthy universe conquest. "Doctor, Snodgrass explained that most aggressive behavior is actually frustrated energy that doesn't have proper outlets. But if you channel that energy into structured physical activity, you get all the satisfaction of conquest without the legal complications." The concept of legal complications being a consideration in pirate career planning struck Captain Scriblix as evidence that his crew was undergoing some form of fundamental personality revision. Are you saying that exercise is a substitute for piracy? Not a substitute, Captain, an enhancement. Think about it. Improved cardiovascular fitness means better performance during boarding operations. Enhanced strength means more effective combat capabilities. Increased endurance means longer operational capacity. The logic was so sound that Captain Scriblix felt his resistance to medical treatment beginning to crumble like a poorly constructed space station in a meteor shower. His door chimed with the polite announcement that Dr. Frumplebottom was requesting permission to enter for his evening medical consultation. "Come in," he said, though his voice carried the resignation of someone who had just realized that his entire worldview was about to undergo additional revision. Dr. Frumplebottom entered with the cheerful efficiency of someone carrying cosmic truth in a medical bag, accompanied by what appeared to be a comprehensive progress report. "Good evening, Captain. How are you feeling?" I'm feeling..." Captain Scriblix paused to take inventory of his physical and mental state and realized that he was experiencing sensations he didn't have words for. "Yes, I'm feeling not terrible." "Wonderful!" Dr. Frumplebottom's exclamation carried the triumph of someone whose patient had just taken their first steps toward enlightenment. "That's the absence of chronic alcohol toxicity and the beginning of proper nutritional support. But it's only been 3 days. The human body is remarkably resilient, Captain. When you stop actively poisoning it and start providing adequate nutrition, it begins healing itself almost immediately." Dr. Frumplebottom consulted her progress report with the satisfaction of someone reviewing successful military campaign statistics. "Your liver enzyme levels have improved by 30%. Your blood pressure has dropped to almost normal ranges. Your cognitive function tests show marked improvement in processing speed and decision-making accuracy. My brain is working better. Significantly better. Captain, when was the last time you made a complex decision without feeling confused or overwhelmed?" Captain Scriblix tried to remember the last time he had felt confident about a strategic choice, and realized that most of his pirate career had been characterized by a vague sense that he was probably making mistakes, but couldn't figure out what they were. I can't remember ever feeling confident about decisions. That's because chronic alcohol consumption and nutritional deficiency severely impair cognitive function. But look at this. Dr. Frumplebottom produced a chart that looked like a combination of brain scan and performance evaluation. Your pattern recognition has improved by 40%. Your strategic thinking shows enhanced complexity. Your risk assessment capabilities are operating at levels we classify as actually functional. 40%, and that's just the beginning. Captain, your brain has been operating under conditions equivalent to trying to run sophisticated software on a computer powered by a potato. Now that we're providing proper fuel and removing the toxins, you're beginning to experience your actual intellectual capacity. The revelation that his brain had been significantly underperforming due to lifestyle choices hit Captain Scriblix like cosmic enlightenment delivered via medical chart. You mean I could be smarter than this? Captain, according to these projections, with continued treatment, you could experience cognitive enhancement that would classify you as genuinely intelligent rather than merely persistent. Genuinely intelligent, strategic planning capabilities that extend beyond point weapons at target and hope for the best, risk analysis that includes long-term consequences, decision-making processes that account for multiple variables simultaneously. Each item on Dr. Frumplebottom's list struck Captain Scriblix like a separate revelation about the possibilities of existence he had never imagined. But if I become actually intelligent, won't that make me realize that piracy is a bad career choice? Dr. Frumplebottom looked at him with the expression of someone who had just been asked if understanding medicine meant doctors had to stop healing people. Captain, intelligence doesn't change your values or preferences. It just makes you better at achieving whatever goals you choose to pursue. So, an intelligent pirate would be a pirate who actually succeeds at piracy, who plans operations that work, who anticipates problems before they become disasters, who builds a sustainable criminal enterprise instead of lurching from one barely survived crisis to the next. The concept of sustainable criminal enterprise was so revolutionary to Captain Scriblix's understanding of pirate career development that his brain briefly shut down to prevent permanent damage from processing impossible information. Dr. Frumplebottom, he said slowly, are you suggesting that proper medical care could make me a better pirate? Captain, proper medical care will make you better at everything, including piracy, if that's what you choose to do with your enhanced capabilities. But that means you've been suffering unnecessarily for years while operating at a fraction of your potential capacity. Captain, the version of yourself that you could become with proper health maintenance would look at your current condition with the same horror that you now feel when contemplating your previous state. The recursive nature of this revelation caused Captain Scriblix to experience something he had never felt before: genuine optimism about the future. Dr. Frumplebottom, he said quietly, what happens if we want to continue this treatment? Then you become the first pirates in galactic history to achieve optimal health while maintaining your chosen profession. Captain, imagine how legendary you could become. Legendary. Pirates who are actually competent, who plan successful operations, who build criminal enterprises that last for decades instead of collapsing due to poor decision-making and health-related performance failures. Dr. Frumplebottom was now speaking with the evangelical enthusiasm of someone unveiling plans for cosmic revolution through applied medicine. You could become the pirates that other pirates tell stories about, the ones who succeeded because they were smart instead of just desperate, the criminals who proved that health and effectiveness go hand in hand. Captain Scriblix stared at Dr. Frumplebottom with the expression of someone who had just discovered that everything he thought he knew about the relationship between crime and personal wellness had been completely backwards. Dr. Frumplebottom, he said finally, I think we'd like to continue the treatment. Wonderful, she replied with the radiant satisfaction of someone whose patient had just chosen enlightenment over ignorance. Welcome to the beginning of your new life as optimally functional pirates. And thus began what historians would later record as the strangest alliance in galactic history. A medical crew dedicated to healing and a pirate crew dedicated to crime, united by the revolutionary concept that excellence in any field requires proper health maintenance. 6 months later, the benevolent chaos had undergone what Dr. Frumplebottom cheerfully described as operational expansion to accommodate our extended patient care program, and what Captain Scriblix more accurately characterized as the most successful medical kidnapping in galactic history. The ship now featured dedicated fitness facilities, nutritional preparation areas, stress management therapy rooms, and what Dr. Frumplebottom had optimistically labeled continuing education centers for career development in chosen professional fields. Captain Scriblix barely recognized himself or his crew. The physical transformations had been dramatic enough. Proper nutrition and exercise had returned them to something approximating their species' normal health parameters. Grznok had grown 3 inches taller once his bone density improved. Blurfix's antenna had developed what Dr. Bumbershoot described as optimal neural conductivity, making him significantly smarter and faster at processing information. The other crew members had experienced similar improvements in everything from vision clarity to digestive function, but the mental and emotional changes had been even more remarkable. Captain, announced Grznok during their morning strategy meeting, I've completed the risk assessment analysis for the proposed Kepler station operation, and I'm afraid the projected success probability is unacceptably low. Captain Scriblix studied the comprehensive report that Gruznok had prepared, complete with detailed charts, alternative scenarios, and contingency planning that would have impressed military strategists across the galaxy. You're recommending we abandon the operation entirely? Not abandon, Captain. Improve. I've identified 17 variables that could be optimized to increase our success probability from 37% to 84%. 84%? With proper preparation, equipment upgrades, and strategic timing adjustments. Dr. Bumbershoot's stress management techniques have significantly improved my analytical capabilities, and I'm now able to process complex operational variables simultaneously instead of just hoping everything works out. Captain Scriblix looked around the conference room at his crew, who were displaying more genuine professional competence than he had ever seen from any pirates, including himself. Blurfix had prepared a technical analysis of their target's security systems that read like a doctoral thesis in applied criminal engineering. Second mate Vraxon had developed what he called ethical piracy protocols that maximize profit while minimizing harm to victims. Third mate Clanex had created comprehensive fitness and nutrition programs to maintain peak operational readiness during extended criminal enterprises. Gentlemen, Captain Scriblix said slowly, I believe we may have become the most competent pirates in galactic history. Competent and healthy, Gruznok added, with the satisfaction of someone who had discovered that excellence and wellness were not mutually exclusive concepts. Doctor, Frumplebottom's treatment protocols have transformed us from desperate criminals into skilled professionals who happen to work in the theft industry, Blurfix observed with genuine pride. Speaking of Dr. Frumplebottom, Captain Scriblix said, she wanted to discuss our next career development milestone. The phrase, career development milestone, would have been incomprehensible to pirates 6 months ago, but had become routine vocabulary for individuals who had learned to approach criminal activity with the same professional standards that legitimate businesses applied to legal enterprises. Dr. Frumplebottom entered the conference room with the satisfied air of someone whose most ambitious medical intervention had exceeded even her optimistic projections. Good morning, gentlemen. How are we feeling today? Excellent, Dr. Frumplebottom, the pirates replied in unison, their voices carrying the enthusiastic tone of students who had discovered that learning was actually enjoyable when their brains were functioning properly. Wonderful. Now then, I have some exciting news about your continuing professional development program. Dr. Frumplebottom activated the main display, which showed what appeared to be a galaxy-wide map, marked with various symbols and notation. As you know, your success rate has improved dramatically since beginning comprehensive health maintenance. Your last 6 operations achieved an average success rate of 91% with 0 casualties and minimal property damage. Minimal property damage was my idea, Braxton said proudly. Doctor, Snodgrass's anger management therapy helped me realize that destroying things unnecessarily is just wasteful and unprofessional. Exactly! Dr. Frumplebottom beamed with the satisfaction of a teacher whose student had grasped a fundamental principle. And your improved success rate has attracted attention from some very interesting sources. Attention? Captain Scriblix asked with the wariness of someone who had learned that interesting attention could range from job opportunities to arrest warrants. The Galactic Insurance Consortium has contacted us with a proposition. The Insurance Consortium? They've been monitoring your operations and they're impressed. Your new methodical approach, comprehensive planning, and commitment to minimizing unnecessary damage has made you the least expensive pirates to deal with in recorded history. The concept of being complimented by insurance companies for their criminal efficiency struck the pirates as either the ultimate professional achievement or evidence that they were doing something fundamentally wrong. They want to hire us? Grosnock asked with the tone of someone whose understanding of criminal economics was undergoing rapid revision. Not exactly hire, Dr. Frumplebottom clarified. They want to offer you preferred provider status. Preferred provider? If organizations need to be robbed for insurance purposes, they can specifically request your services. You get guaranteed work, they get reliable professional service, and everyone benefits from predictable, efficient criminal transactions. Captain Scriblix stared at the display with the expression of someone who had just discovered that his illegal career had somehow become a legitimate business model. Doctor, Frumplebottom, are you telling us that we've become so good at piracy that insurance companies want to recommend us to their clients? Exactly. You've revolutionized the entire industry. Professional pirates who provide reliable service, maintain ethical standards, and deliver consistent results. Ethical piracy. Why not? Every other profession has ethical standards. Doctors have the Hippocratic Oath. Lawyers have professional conduct requirements. Engineers have safety protocols. Pirates should have standards too. The idea that criminal activity could be subject to professional standards and ethical guidelines was so revolutionary that several crew members began making excited, chittering sounds. But the most exciting development, Doctor, Frumplebottom continued, is that other pirate crews have been asking about our methods. Our methods? They want to know how you achieved such dramatic improvements in operational effectiveness. Captain, you've become famous in pirate circles as the crew that figured out how to be actually good at piracy. Famous for being competent. Famous for proving that professional development and health maintenance can transform any career, even criminal ones. Captain, you've started a movement. Dr. Frumplebottom's enthusiasm was now reaching levels that could have powered a small space station. Other pirate crews are requesting medical consultations. They want to learn about nutrition, exercise, stress management, strategic planning. You've accidentally created the first professional development program for career criminals. Captain Scriblix looked around at his crew, who were displaying the kind of pride typically associated with legitimate achievements rather than successful theft operations. Dr. Frumplebottom, he said slowly, what exactly have we become? You've become pirates who are actually good at being pirates. You've proven that excellence in any field requires proper health maintenance, professional standards, and continuous improvement. But we're still criminals? The most competent, ethical, and successful criminals in galactic history. Captain, you've elevated piracy from desperate survival to skilled profession. The revelation that they had accidentally revolutionized an entire criminal industry through the application of basic health and wellness principles hit Captain Scriblix like cosmic enlightenment delivered via medical intervention. Dr. Frumplebottom, he said finally, I think we're going to need a bigger ship. Already ordered, she replied, with the satisfaction of someone whose medical intervention had exceeded all possible expectations. The new vessel will feature expanded medical facilities, comprehensive fitness centers, educational resources, and accommodations for visiting pirate crews seeking professional development. Visiting a pirate cruise. Captain, you're about to become the galaxy's first pirate academy, where criminals learn to be excellent at crime through proper health maintenance and professional standards. And as Captain Scriblix contemplated the cosmic irony of accidentally becoming an educator while trying to be a thief, Dr. Frumplebottom made one final observation that would echo through galactic history. After all, Captain, the Hippocratic Oath says first do no harm, but it doesn't say anything about not teaching pirates to be remarkably efficient at what they do.
I was in orbit over Europa, sipping synthetic whiskey, watching the ice shift beneath us like frozen tides when the message came through. We'd been expecting something, maybe another request from Earth for diplomacy, or some long-winded political broadcast begging us to hold off on retaliation for the latest Drav attack. What we got was 10 words, broadcast across every open channel from the sole defense network to the outer fringe, to the hostile fleets of the Drav Confederation. Stop. Attacking or we stop pretending to be courteous. I stared at the screen, the whiskey halfway to my mouth. I thought it was a joke at first. Maybe some hacker pulling a stunt, or a rogue AI that glitched out mid-sentence. But the authentication signature at the bottom was unmistakable. Solgov, High Command. This was real. This was official. This was Earth's last warning, delivered with the kind of finality that made the blood in your veins run a little colder. Around me, the bridge crew of the ISS Valkyrie went quiet. Even Lieutenant Mendez, who could find a punchline in a funeral, sat frozen with her eyes locked on the message. We'd been patrolling near Europa for weeks, tracking Drav activity after their last sabotage attempt on the mining operations. There, 3 human engineers dead, 14 injured. They'd tried to play it off like it was a rogue cell, not officially sanctioned. We all knew better. Command had been restrained for years. Too restrained, if you asked most of us. Every time the Drav raided a convoy or harassed a colony, we sent envoys. We negotiated. We played nice. And while we were offering olive branches, they were sharpening knives. But this message, this was something new, something real. Earth wasn't asking anymore. Earth was done. I remember the feeling in my chest, like pressure before a storm breaks. We'd waited so long for permission to hit back, not out of revenge, but because we had to. Because if you let the galaxy think you're soft for too long, they start carving up your territory like a banquet. And humans, we're many things, but we're not a meal. Not anymore. I keyed into Command's channel. Valkyrie acknowledges Earth broadcast, I said. Orders? The reply was swift, cold, and surgical. Hold position. Await Operation Directive Theta. Do not initiate contact. Let them make the next move. I closed the channel and leaned back in my chair. The stars outside felt quieter than usual. Like the whole galaxy had just taken a breath. Here's the thing about humans. When we say something like that, we mean it. We really will keep pretending to be courteous. We'll keep smiling, keep offering peace. But if you force us to drop the act, you'll find out the smile wasn't kindness. It was restraint, and the Drav, in all their arrogance, just pushed too far. The countdown had begun. We used to call it the kindness campaign. That's what the media dubbed it anyway. A whole initiative started after humanity joined the galactic community. We showed up like eager newcomers at a neighbor's party, all handshakes and smiles, bringing gifts nobody asked for. Medical technology, agricultural solutions, even translators to bridge linguistic gaps between warring species. We meant well. We always do at first. For a while it worked. Our reputation grew. Earth became known as a peaceful, stabilizing force. We were the diplomats, the healers, the ones who stepped in when centuries-old feuds threatened to burn whole sectors down. And yeah, some of it was politics. Earth needed allies, trade, safe passage. But most of it was genuine. We thought maybe we could do better than our past. Maybe we could be different in the stars than we were on Earth. The Drav Confederation saw it differently. To them, kindness was a crack in the armor. Mercy was weakness. Diplomacy was delay. They'd been watching us, measuring us, testing the limits. First, it was border incursions, small stuff. A lost scout ship entering our space. Then, unintentional, weapons lock-ons. When we flagged it, they apologized, blamed software glitches, claimed miscommunication. We accepted every excuse, wrote up reports, held peace summits, shook their claws, and smiled through gritted teeth. Then came the raids. Covert Drav mercenaries targeting human outposts on unclaimed planets, colonists vanishing, supply convoys intercepted. We still didn't retaliate. Instead, Earth sent more negotiators, more peacekeepers. We opened our doors wider, hoping it would shame them into civility. The breaking point, though, was Mars. They bombed our colony habitat under the cover of an ion storm. 216 people died, most of them civilians, families, scientists, children. The Drav denied it, of course, called it a tragedy of atmospheric instability. They even sent flowers, actual flowers, some floral garbage they pulled from a hydroponics bay like a twisted gesture of condolence. Earth didn't send a response, not publicly, not immediately. Internally, we knew the kindness campaign was over. I remember sitting in the mess hall on the Valkyrie, watching the footage of the crater where the Mars dome used to be. There wasn't anger in the room, not rage, just silence. Cold, heavy silence. That kind you get right before a knife comes out. Command didn't make any big announcements. There were no rousing speeches, no declaration of war. What we got instead was the message, stop attacking or we stop pretending to be courteous. That was Earth saying, this was your last chance. We've given you every out. We've swallowed insult after insult, watched our people bleed and our patience stretch thin. And now the mask was slipping. If they wanted war, they were about to find out just how polite we'd been all along. They didn't know who we were. The Drav thought they did. The whole galaxy did, to be honest. They saw our embassies, our humanitarian ships, our smiling diplomats handing out food rations on dust-choked moons. They watched us mediate disputes between ancient rivals, offer asylum to refugees, rebuild what others had broken. They thought that was us at our full strength, that our compassion was all we had, that we must be harmless. They didn't know what Earth really was. They didn't understand what had forged us. We come from a planet that tried to kill us from the start. Our weather could flatten cities, our oceans swallow ships, our wildlife, predators and venom and parasites, could end your life with one wrong step. We built civilization by enduring suffering. We clawed our way to survival. Fire didn't warm us, it burned us until we learned to wield it. Disease didn't destroy us, it taught us to adapt. Our history isn't written in peace. It's a record of every disaster we survived and every enemy who thought we'd roll over. We've fought ourselves more than any alien race ever will. We've waged wars so vast and brutal that entire generations vanished under the weight of them. We built weapons that could split atoms and crack continents. Not because we're evil, but because we knew one day we'd need them. Not for offense, but for deterrence, insurance. A way to say, we'd rather not, but we can. The Drav mistook our caution for fear, our preference for dialogue as cowardice. And they weren't the only ones. The Council worlds had seen our restraint and assumed it was all we had. They didn't know that everything we'd done so far, every negotiation, every peace offering, every moment we chose not to strike, was a decision, not a limitation. I think part of them still believed we were just lucky, that the only reason we'd survived our own planet, our own wars, was some cosmic accident, like we'd stumbled into the stars without really earning it. They didn't see the years we spent sending our best minds into orbit, losing lives with every launch, every experiment, until we learned how to breathe in the void. They didn't see the generations of effort behind every colony, every habitat built on unlivable terrain. We weren't a fluke. We were forged. And when Earth sent that final message, those 10 words, it wasn't bluster. It wasn't some bravado-laced bluff. It was the quiet promise of a species that had already faced extinction more than once and refused to die. They didn't know who we were, but they were about to find out. I remember the silence right before the first retaliation. The kind of silence that settles on a crew when they know what's coming, but not how far it will go. We'd been orbiting just outside the Drav-controlled sector for 4 days, dark as a shadow in space. No transmissions, no beacons, engines on cold standby. We were the ISS Valkyrie, Earth's newest stealth-class dreadnought, and for the first time since her launch, we were about to see what she could really do. Command didn't sugarcoat it. The orders came through in plain text. Neutralize Drav Outpost Theta. Civilian casualties unacceptable. Military infrastructure only. Show restraint, but be thorough. That last line said it all. Show restraint. Not hold back. We dropped into the Theta system with no ceremony. No dramatic music, no pre-battle speech. Just 4 crew members on tactical, 1 silent AI calculating trajectories, and me sitting in the command chair, heart beating like a war drum. The Drav didn't even see us coming. Their sensors, still relying on pulse signatures and heat detection, couldn't register our thermal shielded hull. To them, we were just another shadow in the void. They had 6 orbital platforms circling the outpost, each one armed, armored, and confident they were untouchable. We hit them all in the first minute, not with nukes or planetary bombardment. No, Earth wasn't ready to show the sharpest edge of the blade just yet. We used EM lances, precision kinetic strikes, targeted EMP pulses that shut down everything but life support. We watched those platforms go dark, one by one, like candles, snuffed in a storm. Next came the shield grid around the main outpost. Normally, a planetary shield requires brute force to crack. Brute force we had, but that wasn't the point. We bypassed it entirely. Valkyrie's AI had already predicted the outdated encryption in their network. We opened the shield ourselves. Didn't fire a single shot at it. Just walked right in. Inside, the Drav scrambled. They launched fighters, 82 of them, deployed in waves of 20. We disabled them mid-flight. Again, no kills, just targeting engines and comms, then letting inertia carry them off course until they were picked up by emergency tethers. Their military command center was buried under 2 kilometers of bedrock. We cut power, breached their tunnel system, and filled their chambers with a non-lethal nerve suppressant. It would wear off in 3 hours. In total, it took us 11 minutes. 11 minutes to dismantle their strongest forward base without killing a single being. After it was done, I sent 1 short broadcast to their regional command. Target neutralized. No fatalities. Consider this our most polite response. They didn't reply. The mission was a message, a demonstration of precision, control, and the terrifying truth that Earth had never been outgunned. We had simply chosen not to fire until now. The Galactic Council convened within 12 hours of the Drav outpost's fall. That alone told us everything we needed to know. Normally, it takes days, weeks even, for the bureaucratic engine of the Council to grind into motion. Dozens of species, each with their own protocol, language, and fragile egos. But this time they moved fast. Because fear, it turns out, is a powerful motivator, and what happened at Outpost Theta didn't look like revenge. It looked like a demonstration. Cold, precise, surgical, worse than a massacre, in their eyes, because it meant we'd been holding back all along. The Drav ambassador arrived too, the emergency session visibly injured. 1 arm in a med brace, his scales still scorched in patches. The details were murky, but we heard rumors that his own people had turned on him in the chaos. Not surprising. Power in the Drav Confederation flows through intimidation, not trust. And nothing ruins a tyrant's credibility faster than being humiliated in front of the entire galaxy. He stood before the council floor and did what they do best: lie. He called it an unprovoked act of war. Said Earth had betrayed the spirit of interstellar unity. He even accused us of experimenting on Drav prisoners, conveniently forgetting that we left every one of them alive, mostly untouched, besides a little dent in their pride. Then he demanded condemnation. Silence followed. Not awkward silence, not polite silence. Calculated silence. You could feel it radiating from the other delegates. Half of them had human advisors sitting behind them. The rest had trade agreements with Earth or defense pacts or aging colonies being propped up by human medical teams. Every species in that chamber knew someone who owed their life to human technology, or to a human themselves. And then there was the memory, the buried memory that no one talked about out loud, that once Earth had nearly annihilated itself with weapons that could reshape continents. That we had already danced with extinction and learned to walk away from the fire without flinching. No one wanted to see what would happen if we turned that fire outward. So, they didn't condemn us. Instead, the Council drafted a resolution, not to punish us, but to encourage continued diplomatic restraint by all member civilizations. and they sent Earth a message. We urge de-escalation. Please avoid further demonstrations of force. Earth responded within an hour. As long as we are not provoked, we will remain courteous. That was it. No threats, no declarations. Just a reminder, the council didn't argue. They nodded, filed their papers, moved on to the next agenda item like nothing had happened. But the mood had shifted. Something unspoken lingered in the air now. A new understanding. Earth wasn't a peacekeeper anymore. We were the quiet guest at the table that everyone had underestimated. Until we calmly picked up the biggest knife and smiled. We stopped retaliating after Outpost Theta, but we didn't go back to being quiet. Earth wasn't interested in starting a war, but we weren't going to be mistaken for prey again either. The retaliation had done its job. The Drav backed off. Their patrols withdrew from contested zones. Their propaganda quieted. But our message hadn't been just for them. It was for the galaxy, and the galaxy needed reminders, so we gave them some. We started with patrol routes, long visible arcs that traced old Drav territory. We didn't hide them. Our ships glided along trade lanes with transponders on, weapons hot but holstered. Every pass through a disputed sector was deliberate, calm, legal, but unmistakably human. Next, we cracked open the Drav's secrets. Their black site prisons, hidden mining operations, the forced labor camps they swore didn't exist. We found them, freed them, and when the council demanded proof, we delivered it. High-definition footage, survivor testimonies, chemical scans. We dropped it onto every major galactic network with no commentary, no gloating, just facts. The effect was immediate. Empires that once looked the other way now found it inconvenient to keep Drav alliances. Trade deals vanished overnight. Aid dried up. The Drav started turning on each other, blaming internal corruption for what we exposed. Their own citizens, long kept in the dark, began protesting, rioting, demanding reforms their leaders couldn't fake. And all the while, Earth didn't fire another shot. That's what terrified them, because they saw what restraint looked like now. It wasn't absence of action, it was controlled dominance. The Valkyrian ships like her became a new symbol in the galaxy. Not of aggression, but of consequences. You wouldn't hear human captains make threats. They didn't have to. Just seeing a human vessel appear in your sector was enough to change behavior. Piracy dropped by 30%. Border skirmishes dissolved without escalation. Even long feuding races like the Sail and Orvix paused their ancient war to reevaluate what a post-Earth intervention galaxy looked like. Some called it intimidation, others balance. We just called it clarity. We never occupied Drav worlds. Never burned cities or annexed territory. That was the beauty of it. We didn't have to conquer anyone. All we did was prove that we could have, and chose not to. That choice carried more weight than any weapon. Still, tension lingered. We knew the Drav weren't done. Their pride wouldn't let them stay down for long, and pride makes enemies reckless. We saw the warning signs. Communications between splinter factions, weapons research in off-limit systems, spikes in stealth traffic near human colonies. Command kept us on alert, silent, sharp, ready, because restraint has limits. And once we reach ours, the galaxy wouldn't see kindness anymore. They'd see the reason we had to learn it in the first place. We knew something was coming. For weeks, our deep space probes picked up irregularities, small fluctuations in gravitational wakes, faint energy signatures where there shouldn't have been any. The Drav had gone quiet, too quiet, not peace and healing, quiet. Planning quiet, dangerous quiet. And if there's one thing humans learned from thousands of years of war, it's that silence from your enemy isn't the end. It's the inhale before the scream. The confirmation came in the form of an emergency distress signal, fragmented, distorted, barely readable, but it was unmistakable. A colony ship, Solstice Dawn, transmitting from the Kepler 452b corridor. We weren't supposed to have trouble there. The colony ship was carrying over 2,000 people, scientists, engineers, families, no military escort. The sector had been declared neutral, a shining example of peaceful expansion. It was the future Earth wanted to believe in, until the Drav tried to erase it. They used a cloaked warship, an older, heavily modified battleship stripped down for speed and stealth. It wasn't meant to survive. It was meant to hit and disappear. A suicide run. They aimed straight for the Solstice Dawn's core reactor, hoping to turn it into a cloud of debris and radiation. No warnings, no negotiations, just death. They almost succeeded. They didn't count on the ISS Valkyrie arriving 9 minutes early. We caught the incoming Drav ship just as it emerged from warp. No time for fancy maneuvers. No time for long-range strikes. We hit it mid-approach with a full rail salvo, 3 tungsten slugs at relativistic speed. The impact shredded its forward engine array and snapped the hull in half. The wreck spun out like a dying comet and slammed into a nearby asteroid field. But not before one of their drones slipped through and detonated inside the colony ships. Lower decks, 312 dead, dozens wounded, most of them civilians, people we were supposed to protect. When I stepped into the recovery bay, the survivors didn't cry. They didn't scream. They just looked at me. Quiet, wide-eyed, hollow. A child, barely old enough to speak, clutched a doll with one arm wrapped in synthetic flesh. Her mother hadn't made it. I didn't need to ask. You could see it in the way the girl stared through people, like she was still floating somewhere out in the wreckage. That was the moment. Not the explosion. Not the wreckage. Not the council's stunned silence after hearing the news. That was the moment Earth's restraint died. There were no emergency meetings this time, no diplomacy, no carefully worded statements. Command sent me one message, encrypted and tagged for black level clearance. Authorization, Theta V. Deploy final courtesy. You know what to do. And I did. Because when Earth gives you a chance to do the right thing and you spit on it, we don't come back with more warnings. We send someone like me. They called it Operation Final Courtesy, but there was nothing polite about what we were about to do. The Drav homeworld, Karzun, had been off limits for years. Not because we couldn't reach it, but because Earth had chosen not to. It was a calculated decision. Attacking a central homeworld, even after all the provocations, would have been seen as an act of total war. And despite everything they'd done to us, we still believed in something better. Until Kepler. Until the child with the missing arm and the doll clutched in fingers too small for that kind of grief. Now, we weren't going in with orbital strikes or planet crackers. That wasn't the mission. Earth hadn't ordered destruction. They'd ordered exposure. Final courtesy wasn't designed to kill. It was designed to end illusions. We dropped into orbit under stealth, bypassing every automated defense system they'd built over the past decade. The Drav had grown complacent. They thought they were still feared, that their power would protect them. They didn't understand that fear wasn't the weapon we brought with us. Truth was, we hacked into their planetary broadcast networks in under 3 minutes. Years of intelligence gathering, quiet infiltration, backdoors built into the very software we'd once gifted them. Every screen, every device, every holoslate and crystal wall in every major city blinked and changed. No speeches, no propaganda, just facts. We aired unedited footage of their war crimes, raids on civilian freighters, torture facilities on moons they denied existed, biological tests on their own population, interrogation files, internal memos, audio recordings of military leaders laughing about Earth's restraint, names, dates, coordinates. Then we showed them the aftermath of Kepler, the wreckage, the cries of the wounded, the 312 portraits, faces of the dead. Each one stayed on screen for exactly 3 seconds. Not long, but long enough. The people of Karzun didn't riot. They rose. In 2 days, the government collapsed under its own weight. The military fractured, half refused to follow orders, the other half begged for terms. Political leaders tried to run, but they were pulled from their palaces by the very citizens they claimed to protect. We never fired a weapon. We never set foot on the ground. We just told the truth and let the Drav see what they'd become. What we had allowed them to become by being courteous for far too long. As we prepared to leave orbit, I sent one last transmission. It was brief, like the first one, clean, deliberate, and final. Earth will always offer peace first. But if you make us finish the conversation, you won't like how it ends. Then we vanished, back into the dark, back into restraint. Because that's the thing about humans. When we fight, it's never because we want to. It's because you didn't. Stop us when we asked nicely.
Chapter 1. The Forgotten Vessel. Yarrick never fancied himself a hero or an adventurer. To him, life was measured in wrenches turned, engines tuned, and circuits rewired. His sanctuary was the dimly lit, greasy confines of Dryden's Reach's dusty hangar, a forgotten outpost clinging to the ragged edge of the galaxy. Here, the stars were dimmer, the silence heavier, and the ghosts of old wars whispered through the hulls of abandoned starships like the one that had just crawled out of the cosmic haze and into his life. The vessel was a relic, a monster from a time long erased by the relentless march of progress. Its hull was a patchwork of peeling paint and scars. 1,000 star systems had probably looked the other way when it limped through hyperspace, its name hidden beneath decades of grime. Yarrick didn't want to get involved. He just wanted to fix it, collect the credits, and disappear before anyone noticed he had bothered with such a forgotten thing. That was his life's rhythm. Repair, collect, leave. No fuss, no questions. The ship's arrival was quiet, almost mournful. Its engines, once mighty, now choked on their own decay, coughing out sputters of fuel-starved life before falling silent. Yarrick watched the heavy freight loader lower it carefully onto the hangar floor, the ship groaning as if waking from a centuries-long slumber. Dryden's Reach wasn't a place that attracted treasures. It was a pit stop for smugglers, exiles, and salvagers, those who dealt in forgotten scrap and broken promises. Yet something about this vessel set his teeth on edge. Its silhouette was familiar, but not from any star charts or ancient databases he had ever scoured. It was as if it belonged to a history book he never wanted to read but couldn't look away from. Yarrick approached, his boots echoing hollowly across the metal floor as he pulled a rag from his pocket and began wiping at the ship's nameplate, obscured beneath a
Fifth Circuit Federal Appeals. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, so you got quite the crew there. You got Regan Benson, you got Otto the Watchdog, you got Liberty Freak, and you got Eric Brandt. Those 4 people turned Colorado on its head. And it's only 4 people. Just imagine if the movement, so to speak, was flooded with so many of us that they couldn't ignore us anymore. On a positive note, though, who was it? Sean Porter last week. He made it on the Steven Crowder. So we're going mainstream, which is good. So Sean Porter was on Steven Crowder. He's going to be on HBO Max on a show called Neighbors. And then today I turned on Jimmy Dore, and damn if it isn't Here's the Deal. Brian Young from Here's the Deal was on the damn he was on the damn Jimmy Dore show today. So we are going mainstream. Hopefully one of these guys will pick me up. I would love to be on Piers Morgan or something, man, where millions of people watch. That would be great. Otto went through some stuff too, yeah, with his kids. They tried to take his kids away because he didn't want to, anyone that doesn't want to conform to this garbage system they got, and they don't want to be part of this tyrannical cult and be under the thumb of this government, they don't like you, man. Assume that Lane is smartly staying quiet because they showed him what they will do if he doesn't stop. Why do I have a filter on? Because people think it's funny, man. Now I'm going to take it off and I'm going to look like Beetlejuice. There, you happy? This was a fun one, too. Yeah. Oh, this is what Ghislaine Maxwell looks like now when she's in prison. I swear it's me. I plead the 5th. I swear it's me. I swear. Hello. Hello there. Hello. Eric Brandt. If all goes well, Eric Brandt will be home for Christmas. Yay. Gonna kiss myself. Look pretty. So yeah, I was talking about and the thing was that if all goes well, he'll get home by Christmas. Blue Retro, what is that? Oh, yeah. Oh, dance party. Yeah. Yeah. Celebrate for Eric Brandt. Whoop, whoop. Pull over that ass too fat. Whoop, whoop. Pull over that. Thermal, baby. Yeah, there we go. I like that one. That's pretty cool. What was in that meatball sub I ate earlier? I don't know, bro. Oh, I see what you're saying. Because you're tripping. Brother, you ain't got no liquor from since Greenville, North Carolina. Brother, you ain't got no liquor from since Greenville, North Carolina. I don't know if that's a complete sentence or what the hell that is, but I don't know what that means. Let's see. 4 of you is scary. That's funny. Eric was charged and sent to prison. Somebody did a panel on his channel, and I was on it. It came up that he scared the judge, and I made a comment that the judge should be scared. Oh, well. They should all be scared, dude. Honestly. They should all be scared. Because they're pushing so hard that the only thing left to do is really some type of crazy revolution, man. And if they're not going to be peaceful and respect our rights peacefully, what choice do they leave us? You know how the cops always say, you know, what they mean is comply or die, but they use this little 80s catchphrase. They say, you can beat the rap, but you can't beat the ride. So what if we came up with a catchphrase for them, you know, you can try to give the ride, but you won't beat the random head explosion. You know, we can just come up with the catchphrase too. Whereas eventually someone's going to get mad and your head's going to explode. But if we say it's a threat, when the cop says comply or die, it's not a threat for some reason because they believe they have power over you because some parasite gave them power. Meanwhile, the parasite will never come do the things. They have you, little doggy. You're a little waitress for a politician. They have you, little doggy, to come do their dirty work for them because they're not real men. And you work on the behalf of parasites in suits. That's who you work for. You're a waitress for the DMV, and you think you're like special. All right, everybody. Final thing. Thank you, Howard. That wasn't that great. Comply with the Constitution or random head explosion. Oh, it's just a catchphrase. Just like comply or die. Eric made case law about handing out jury nullification to the Colorado Supreme Court for handing out pamphlets outside. Yes, that is another thing I really want to go viral. Jury nullification. And yes, Eric would hand out pamphlets to teach jurors that they don't only get to judge the facts of the case, but they get to judge the law itself. It's called jury nullification. If you're ever on a jury and there's no victim, damages, or trespass or endangerment, do not convict. Do not convict, no matter how much all the other sheep, brainwashed jurors try to get you to convict somebody when there's no victim. Don't do it. That's one of the best ways outside of violence that we can get our country back. Jury nullification. How about the lack of charging document? Man, you're deficient. Yeah, dude. They don't follow the law. Courts don't follow the law. They don't know what the hell they're doing. Every post office doesn't know their own rules. The cops don't know any of the laws. The judges are flying by the seat of their pants. It's all ego and feel. They're not going by law anymore. You'd have the best talk show. Thanks, Planet Rock Jesus. And Burr threatened me with guns and followed me around. They're exposed. I had 303 and Burr threatened me with guns and followed me around. They're exposed. I don't know who that is. Who's 303? Emotion enforcement. Yep. Ego enforcement. Yep. Feelings enforcement. Please do more Grady Judd videos. I hate Grady Judd, man. I lived in that county for 13 years. I had 3 restaurants in that county. And he is the worst, man. He's the worst. As a matter of fact, he committed a crime of impersonating a cop before he even became a sheriff himself. And that's another thing. There should not be sheriffs. There shouldn't be sheriffs for 20 damn years. There should be term limits, dude. You're supposed to be a statesman. You're supposed to go there, give your good 2, 4, 6 years, whatever it is, leave your mark, and then go back and live your life. You're not supposed to be rich as a politician, getting rich as a politician. And sheriffs are basically politicians, man, because anybody can run for sheriff. You don't have to have law enforcement training or certification to be a sheriff. I actually considered it, but they would bury me with yeah, Grady Judd's the worst, bro. But the people in that county, bro, are so low IQ. Trust me, I lived there for 13 years. The people of that county are so low IQ. They think he's some type of hero. Look at him busting all the pedophiles. Hey, you know which pedophiles he didn't bust? Guess which ones he didn't. Take a guess. Oh, all of them in the Epstein files. Yeah, that's right. All right, guys, that's it. If all goes well, Eric will be home by Christmas, and look forward to later this week. He's going to give me the exclusive interview, phone interview, and we're going to do the interview, and that's what's going on. Isn't Grady Judd run for governor in Florida? No. There's a guy named James Fishback that's running for governor of Florida, and if you live in Florida, please vote for James Fishback. I had to watch your donut operator interaction, very small segments. The shorts are good. I get stupid and drool if I watch too long. That's funny. Did you watch Hampton Law video I sent you about pigs not needing warrants? You mean not needing warrants for the single-use container firearm thing? I knew about that. As a matter of fact, I went shooting today. Video coming soon. What's up, Shannon Carnahan? How are you? It's cold up there, ain't it? What? I see Grady Judd's face. I don't know why, but I picture one of those AM radios that has wires coming out of it, and it's powered off a potato. Yeah, he's trash, bro. And he thinks he's smart and he thinks he's clever, dude. And he taints jury pools when he goes on Facebook and talks down about the person that's supposed to be innocent until proven guilty. You're welcome, Tar Heel. Jury nullification only works if people take cases to trial. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Thanks for the good news. Yeah, sure. Love you long time. Cooking a spoon at the bus stop. That's wow. That's the username from hell right there. Randomly called you. That's wild. Yeah, he did. He swear to God, he randomly called me. I have a huge suit running right now in Larimer County, and got the deputy attorney caught up too. KULT News went to Santa Rosa Beach, where all the in Clearwater and all over Florida, all these resorts and stuff believe they own the beach, and they can control who comes and goes from the beach. And they've been acting like they own the beach, and they even hire security guards to kick people off the beach. But that's not the case. You're allowed the shoreline or the high tide line is public property. So KULT News went there today, and this idiot came up to him, started telling him he's not allowed to be there. And then Mike's like, "Yes, I am, you stupid da-da-da." And next thing you know, one of his family members takes a big umbrella and hits him with it. He pushes her. They start acting stupid. Then the cop comes and thinks he has to force ID. And next thing you know, they all got schooled and educated, but they still doubled down with their stupidity. Now, I would love to see somebody go to that same beach now where one of the Backstreet Boys lives, and the Backstreet Boy would try to force people off that property too. They just can't deal with the fact that the public property. They want it all for themselves, dude. So if anyone lives near Santa Rosa Beach in Florida, open carry is legal now. Take your AR, strap it across your chest, and go to the public part of Santa Rosa Beach and watch them lose their damn mind. Also, KULT News is on HBO Max, a show called Neighbors. I'm going to go home and watch it in a few hours. And that's about it, man. Tomorrow I'm headed towards Miami. I don't want to, but I am. I got some business to take care of down there. Yeah, they try to block the beach. Exactly right. All right. So, Eric Brandt, all goes well. He'll be home by Christmas, and look forward to a phone interview later this week with Eric, exclusive. All right, everybody. Thank you for watching. I really appreciate it. Mike and Stacy are great, and yes, they just got married. God bless them. Godspeed. I hope they live together forever and have children if they plan on it, or just help raise each other's children. They're a very good couple. They're both on the same page. They're both freedom fighters. Even his wife got harassed at the beach today because she stays off in the distance. And that's it. Thanks, everyone. Much love, peace, and tranquility, and have a good day. See ya.
Grace of a predator and the wary urgency of one who had lost too much. Her mission was clear: safeguard the ardent resolve and its precious cargo from those who would use it to ignite war anew. Why me? Yarrick finally asked, voice hoarse from disbelief and exhaustion. I'm no hero. I fix engines, not fight battles. Lyra's eyes softened for a moment, revealing the humanity beneath her hardened exterior. Because no one expects the quiet ones to be the strongest. Because the ship chose you, and the galaxy has a way of demanding its debts from those who think they can walk away. Together, they ventured deeper into the ship's labyrinthine corridors, the automated lights flickering to life with each step. Holographic displays sputtered on ancient consoles, revealing star maps and encrypted logs that chronicled the Ardent Resolve's final voyage. The ship had been a beacon of hope during the outer colony's last stand, carrying experimental technology capable of tipping the balance against the Dominion's relentless advance. Yarrick traced his fingers over the console, the weight of history pressing down on him. The ship wasn't just a machine, it was a vault of forgotten power, and within it lay a weapon or salvation that could redefine the galaxy's fragile equilibrium. But with that power came danger. Somewhere
If you could
beyond
make one wish
Dryden's
for the world,
reach,
what would it be?
adversaries stirred mercenaries,
I was sure
spies, and soldiers
So I
eager to
couldn't
claim the
stop
ship's secrets for their own dark purposes.
I wish
As the
everyone was
reactor
kinder
core
to
hummed
each
steadily,
other. You should try
signaling
taking
renewed
your own
vitality,
advice, Emma.
the cryopod beside
If
them
you could make
began
one
to
wish
hiss
for the world,
softly.
what would it be?
A faint glow
I
emerged
was
from
sure
within,
tight eyes.
spreading across the chamber
So I
like
couldn't
dawn
stop.
breaking over a cold, barren world. Yarrick and Lyra exchanged a tense glance. The moment of awakening was upon them. With a gentle hiss, the cryopod's lid slid open, revealing the woman's face bathed in soft, ethereal light. Her eyes fluttered open deep pools of cobalt, gleaming with intelligence and a flicker of memory long suppressed. She was both fragile and formidable, a living testament to the sacrifices of a bygone era. "I am Kayla," she whispered, voice steady but filled with the weight of millennia. "I carry the last hope of our people." Yarrick felt a chill that wasn't from the cold metal around him. The story unfolding was bigger than anything he had ever imagined. The Ardent Resolve had chosen him not just to fix a ship, but to carry a burden that might save or shatter the galaxy itself. And now, with Kayla awake and the ship alive, there was no turning back. Kayla's eyes, once closed in suspended animation, now scanned the dimly lit chamber with a mixture of wariness and purpose. Her breath was steady, but Yarrick could see the tension beneath her calm exterior, as if the weight of centuries bore down on her fragile frame. She was not just a survivor, she was a living relic, a custodian of secrets buried deep within the Ardent Resolve, and the last link to a civilization on the brink of extinction. Lyra stepped forward, her voice a low murmur as she explained, "Kayla is the key. She holds the genetic code and encrypted knowledge of the outer colony's last hope, a weapon system buried deep within this ship. If those codes fall into the wrong hands, the entire galaxy could ignite in war." Yarrick felt a cold sweat bead on his forehead. This was no simple salvage job. It was a mission fraught with peril. His instincts screamed to run, to fix what needed fixing and vanish into the stars. But something else kept him rooted in unspoken duty to this fragile woman and the ship that had somehow called him to its side. Kayla's gaze met his, piercing and intense. "We don't have much time. The Dominion still hunts us, and their reach extends far beyond what you know. This ship was hidden, erased from all records for a reason." Together, the three of them, Yarrick, Lyra, and Kayla, began to unravel the Ardent Resolve systems, coaxing life from rusted circuits and dormant processors. The ship's AI, archaic yet sophisticated, flickered to life with hesitant enthusiasm, revealing encrypted logs, star charts, and fragments of a war effort that had once burned with fierce determination. Hours passed as they worked, piecing together a puzzle that spanned decades and light years. Kayla's knowledge unlocked hidden compartments and systems, revealing caches of weapons, data cores, and emergency escape pods all dormant but ready for activation. The Ardent Resolve was no ordinary vessel. It was a fortress, a carrier of hope and death alike. But as the ship's systems reawakened, so too did the dangers lurking in the shadows. Unknown vessels had detected the Ardent Resolve signature, and mercenary ships began to close in on Dryden's reach. Time was running out. Yarrick stood at the command deck, hands steady despite the storm raging within. He realized that his quiet life as a mechanic was over. Now, he was the guardian of a legacy that could reshape the stars if he survived long enough to unlock its full potential. Chapter 3. The Hunt begins. The hangar doors thundered as external alarms blared, signaling the approach of hostile ships. Jarrek's eyes darted to the holographic tactical display, where blips of unknown origin converged like predators on a dying prey. The Ardent Resolve had been found. Lyra, how fast can this ship fly? Yarrick demanded, fingers flying over controls that were barely responsive after years of neglect. Faster than anything in this sector if we can get the engines online, she replied grimly. But we need time. Kayla, now fully awake and standing with a grace that belied her time in stasis, surveyed the tactical readouts. They're not just after the ship. They want what's inside the data, the weapon systems, the codes. If we fall into their hands, it will mean war on a scale none of us can imagine. Yarrick swallowed hard, the weight of responsibility settling like a lead anchor in his chest. Then we don't have a choice. We either run or fight. Lyra's gaze hardened. There's no outrunning the Dominion fleet. But this ship was built for war-hidden defenses, stealth systems, weapons that haven't seen fire in centuries. We can make a stand. If we activate the ship's true potential, we might just survive long enough to reach the safe zone. Yarrick nodded, feeling a fire ignite within him that had long lain dormant. The Ardent Resolve was no mere relic, it was a legend reborn, and he was its reluctant captain. As the first enemy ships pierced the outer atmosphere, the Ardent Resolve roared to life, engines igniting with a furious blaze that lit up the dark expanse of space beyond. The battle for survival had begun, and with it, a desperate race to unlock secrets buried beneath dust, time, and betrayal. The Ardent Resolve groaned as centuries-old thrusters sparked and shuddered to life, their dormant power roaring back with a surge of raw energy that filled the hangar bay with blinding light and a deep mechanical growl. Yarrick stood at the helm, his hands steady despite the storm of adrenaline that raged inside him. The cold, dusty vessel beneath his fingertips was no longer just a relic, it was a war machine, awakened from its long slumber, eager to reclaim its purpose. Outside, the void exploded with the cold fire of distant engines. The enemy fleet had closed the distance with terrifying speed, a swarm of sleek, black ships glinting malevolently against the stars. The Dominion had not forgotten the Ardent Resolve. They had only waited for it to emerge, for the galaxy to tremble once more. Lyra barked commands from the tactical station, fingers dancing across holographic controls, her sharp eyes flicking between targeting grids and shield readouts. Shields at 20% and falling, she reported grimly. They're probing for weaknesses. We can't hold out long. Kayla moved to the weapons console, her cybernetic enhancements lighting up with eerie efficiency. The weapon arrays are offline, but I can reroute power from the auxiliary reactors to the pulse cannons. It won't be much, but it's enough to buy us time. Yarrick nodded, his mind racing to piece together the ship's labyrinthine systems. We don't just fight to survive, he said firmly. We fight to escape and deliver the legacy we carry. This isn't just about us, it's about the galaxy's future. The hangar doors sealed behind them with a hiss, and the Ardent Resolve lifted off with a thunderous roar, its engines tearing through the atmosphere and into the black abyss. The enemy ships broke formation, swarming in pursuit like deadly wasps drawn to a wounded target. The battle erupted in a furious symphony of laser fire and missile volleys. The ancient ship's shields flickered under the onslaught, sparks cascading across the hull as enemy blasts found their mark. But the Ardent Resolve fought back with desperate fury, its pulse cannons lashing out in blinding arcs of energy that tore through pursuers. Jarrick's hands flew over the controls, steering the massive vessel through a chaotic ballet of evasive maneuvers. His years of tinkering with smaller ships had never prepared him for this, a dance of death on a scale that eclipsed anything he had imagined. Yet beneath the fear and chaos, a strange clarity took hold. This ship was alive, fighting with him, its ancient systems awakening in tandem with his resolve. Power to engines, Lyra shouted. We need to outrun them. Kayla's voice cut through the cacophony, steady and commanding. Prepare the stealth field. If we can cloak, we might slip through the Dominion's nets. The ship shuddered as ancient generators hummed back to life, weaving a shimmering veil of invisibility around their battered hull. Enemy sensors blinked and faltered, struggling to lock onto a target that seemed to vanish into the star-strewn darkness. Yarrick exhaled slowly, relief washing over him like a tide. Good work. Now let's find that safe zone. The Ardent Resolve surged forward, engines burning bright as the ship slipped through the darkness, a ghost escaping the jaws of a relentless hunter. But even as they fled, the knowledge that they carried something precious and dangerous burned in their minds like a warning flare. Outside, the galaxy waited. The war was far from over, and the fate of countless worlds hung in the balance. The battle was far from over. Even as the ardent resolve slipped beneath the shimmering cloak of the stealth field, the Dominion fleet was relentless. Sensors flared with frantic signals, systems recalibrated in desperation, and the space around them pulsed with the deadly dance of chase and evasion. Jarek's hands gripped the command console tightly, sweat slicking his palms despite the cold metal beneath his fingers. Every second counted. Every maneuver was a gamble between survival and annihilation. Lyra's voice cut sharply through the tense silence in the bridge. Yarek, the ship's ancient systems are holding, but the power grids are unstable. The relic technology doesn't mesh well with modern repairs. If we push too hard, the whole ship could shut down. Yarek nodded grimly. Years of fixing rusted engines and broken panels gave him a unique understanding of mechanical limits. But this was a beast of a different breed. We have to get to the safe zone before it collapses. Kayla's eyes, sharp and clear despite her time in stasis, scanned the tactical readouts. The Dominion fleet is coordinating with mysterious external forces, mercenaries, and rogue factions who want the Ardent Resolve's secrets for themselves. We're surrounded on all sides. Our window is closing. Jarek's mind raced. The odds were stacked impossibly against them. Yet beneath the pressure, a stubborn fire kindled in his chest. This ship had called to him for a reason. Its legacy was intertwined with his fate now. There was no turning back, no quiet repair job in a dusty hangar. The galaxy was watching, and the war was awakening once again. Engage emergency protocols, Yarek ordered, voice steady despite the chaos. Divert all non-essential power to shields and engines. Prepare all weapon systems for defensive fire. The Ardent Resolve trembled as ancient defensive turrets unfolded from hidden compartments, their barrels glowing faintly as they charged. The ship's AI, archaic yet fiercely loyal, sprang into full operational mode, providing predictive targeting solutions and tactical recommendations. The bridge filled with the rhythmic pulse of weapons cycling, engines thrumming with renewed vigor. Outside, the first wave of enemy fighters broke through the cloak, homing in on the faint energy signature left behind like a fading scent. The Ardent Resolve responded with brutal precision pulse cannons flared, cutting through the void with searing arcs of light that tore through hostile hulls. The sky outside the reinforced windows was a tempest of fire and shadow, the deadly ballet of war unfolding in terrifying clarity. Jarek's breath caught as an enemy missile streaked toward the ship, locking onto its vital systems. With seconds to spare, he activated the point defense grid, a web of laser fire erupting to vaporize the incoming threat. Sparks rained down the hull as the ship rocked violently, alarms blaring in a cacophony of urgency. Damage report. Yarek barked. Secondary engines offline. Hull breaches in sections 7 through 12. Lyra responded, fingers flying over repair interfaces. Life support is stable but compromised. We're bleeding air. Kayla stepped forward, voice resolute. I can stabilize the reactor core, but it will drain our reserves quickly. We must reach the safe zone, or we risk complete system failure. Yarek clenched his jaw. The Ardent Resolve was more than a ship, it was a symbol, a vessel carrying the hopes of a lost people. Every moment they fought was a battle for survival, a desperate push against oblivion. Helm, plot a course through the Nebula of Tears, Yarek commanded. The Dominion won't risk pursuit there. It's our only chance. The ship groaned in reluctant agreement as course corrections were made. The Nebula of Tears was a treacherous expanse of charged particles and electromagnetic storms, a graveyard for many ships lost to space's wrath. But it was also the perfect hiding place, dangerous, chaotic, and unpredictable. As they plunged toward the nebula's swirling mists, Yarek felt the fragile weight of hope balancing precariously on the edge of despair. The enemy fleet pressed hard behind them, their shouts of command echoing in the void like the drums of war. Yet inside the Ardent Resolve, a quiet determination took root. They were not just running. They were fighting for the survival of everything that had been lost and everything that could be reclaimed. The nebula of tears loomed ahead like a swirling storm of chaos and light, a tempest of charged particles and electrical storms that danced wildly in the void. The ardent resolve shuddered as it pushed deeper into the roiling mists, sensors flickering and alarms ringing as the ship struggled to maintain cohesion. Yarrick gripped the control console with white knuckles, his heart pounding in rhythm.
This video is gonna be a little bit on the crazier side of things, but I guess that's why you're here. Don't smash like though, you don't have to like or subscribe, but definitely share this video. We're gonna talk about the airport shutdown situation. They are saying it's just the El Cartela, but there's a lot more coming out, and apparently somebody also recorded a video. But before we get to that, I found out about this UFO sighting that happened a couple of years ago, and it's pretty nuts. Shout out to Skywatch TV. You're gonna get some tonight. Big pose on that, but roll it!
Video features a mysterious silver object captured in the dense forests of Rize, Turkey. First uploaded to YouTube on August 6th, 2006.
It looks like that chicken nugget, right? You know, the one that apparently the US military recorded in Iraq, and they revealed that footage, but it seems similar to that, but this happened in Turkey back in 2006. That's crazy!
The footage has since garnered over 2 million views. In the video, the object remains motionless beneath the trees for a few minutes before slowly ascending into the sky. Originally 15 minutes long, the video had to be shortened for a TV program. The night before, villagers reported seeing the...
It also does look like a couple of balloons together, but apparently it's not the balloons though. And that begs the question, is this something biological? Or is this like an aircraft? Because it don't look like an aircraft, right? It looks like a biological creature just floating around. Looks like a chicken nugget though.
The UFO flashing in the forest, along with strange figures. 2 or 3 small beings moving among the trees. The witness who filmed the event claimed the object had been flashing all night and morning in the same spot. Assuming his account is accurate, this behavior suggests it was more than just a set of balloons. Additionally, given that this incident took place in a remote, untouched region of Turkey's Black Sea Mountains, far from city interference, it's highly unlikely that the object could have been a balloon. The way it remained motionless for hours before moving has only fueled the mystery. Some believe it was a balloon, while others think something far stranger was caught on camera.
Yeah, it does have the shape of like a couple of balloons put together, definitely, but check this one out. Shout out to Seconds of Horror. Roll it!
First, I do want to go ahead and talk about this. So I definitely feel like America's being trolled and trolled hard. If you have not heard, the FAA had shut down the airspace over the El Paso airport.
They're saying it's just the El Cartela, but quickly though, I need to point out, this is just the plane. So the plane is about to land, so you're seeing the headlights, or whatever you call it, not the headlights, right? But you know what I mean. But yeah, so that's just the plane, so don't think that's an alien baddie right there in the sky. Nice.
4 objects caught on camera flying over the airport, and you can kind of make them out here. The Trump administration officials came out and said that they believed it was Mexican cartels using drones to smuggle drugs or to surveil the border. But then other officials came out directly after and said, wait a minute, hold up, we believe that border agents were firing new laser technology at party balloons. Yes, what used to be weather balloons apparently has evolved into party balloons, and this according to multiple media outlets. And
yeah, that gotta be some bull squash. And apparently somebody also recorded like a video from a different angle, and it looked kind of big though. So yeah, surely can be drones, but then you got some saying it's just a party balloon, some saying it's the drones, and others saying it's the aliens. Yeah, so who knows what the hell is going on, but...
Then you have other officials that do not believe either account. They believe something else is going on.
Whoa! Suggested border agent, oh, you guys can see that, right? Border agents fired a new laser technology on what turned out to be a party balloon. According to multiple media reports, the FAA abruptly shut down the airport as a precaution. This might actually be real. This might actually be legit, but yeah, people have trust issues in the government and in the officials' response.
Then you have other officials that do not believe either account. They believe something else is going on. When it comes to the drones, there's no evidence of it being cartel drones or being any threat. Matter of fact, the mayor said Drones fly in and out of that space all the time. They don't know why they were shot down. And the Department of Homeland Security has tracked tens of thousands of suspected drone sightings in the recent years, but none has posed any threat inside the United States. Matter of fact, the Pentagon recently supplied DHS with anti-drone laser technology, and U.S. Customs and Border Protection deployed it in El Paso on February 9th. People who are familiar with the matter, this is what they told the news. And apparently they said it was just party balloons. The DHS has not responded to a request for comment regarding the agency's deployment of the technology or its role in the airport closure. But apparently one individual had taken video footage of what he believed to be the object, and if this is the object...
This is what we have been waiting for. This is what you have been waiting for. We about to find out the truth. Mama, get the camera right now. Get the camera, Mom.
It's pretty big from the distance he's recording.
I actually had to pull to the side of the road, see if I could get a good shot of this.
Yeah, right here. Look at that twat right there. Just
you can barely see it. Looks like a dot here, but it's actually huge.
Man, that is insane. We in 2026, and the camera quality's still not there. Phone qualities are still not there. When you really think about it, whenever you open up your phone, you take a selfie or you take somebody's photo, it looks alright, it looks good, right? But when it comes to recording these twats in the sky, chilling with their parking brakes on without paying taxes and tariffs, you cannot even see it. Yeah, but... Yeah, ding ding.
There was stuff coming out from the bottom of it.
Whoa! So they're polluting the planet? Not here, homie, out!
So as you heard him say, things were coming out of it, and that's pretty big if that was one of the objects to be a party balloon. I mean, they might as well just have said it was a weather balloon. Why mix it up, right? Like, after decades upon decades of calling things weather balloons and swamp gas, why change up the formula? And of course, when it comes to things like this as well, we can't take Project Bluebeam off the table, but there's been a lot of strange objects.
We talked about Project Blue Beams, the Project Blue Balls in the last video, though. Yeah, definitely check it out. It's on the channel already. You'll love it if you missed it.
The skies, including these black flying things.
El Paso Airport was ordered to close for around 10 days for special security reasons, right? And with orders to kind of down any aircraft that may be posing an imminent threat. And then the restrictions were lifted about a day later. Listen to what Senator Martin Heinrich had to say about the situation.
What I can tell you is that at no time was El Paso under threat, the airport under threat, and at no point was there a need to shut down the airport.
But like, Pentagon now has lasers to take out drones. Like last I heard, Pentagon didn't know what they were.
Yeah, he's not gonna answer.
At least over Langley.
Yeah, I told you what I could tell you.
Right.
Wise man.
Wise man.
He's bullshitting us.
Yeah, he bull's question us, but that's the thing though, even if they know, and they know, guys, they know, we demand answers, the public demand answers, they know, but they're not gonna tell us. But that begs the question though, one day, man, one day. That's the hope. That's the dream, right, guys? One day, hopefully. But before I forget, I gotta shout out you guys, especially the homie Brooks for becoming a brand new member on the channel. The homie Dropped, Daniel, Teresa, Smith, Yo, and the homie Millard, okay? And also shout out to Evie for the super thanks, Jose and Robert. Thank you guys so much for all the love on the channel, for your tremendous amount of support. It helps out a ton. Alright, let's get back to the content here, baby cakes.
Come on, man. Right, this was captured by the journalist Matt Laszlo, which interviewed him, and dude said quite a bit out loud. There's something more going on. This isn't just surface level.
No, we all understand something is going on, something big is going on, and yeah, they're not telling us. Maybe one day all will be disclosed, but will it be like an actual, like a real all will be disclosed, or will it be like a watered down version, or what they want you to know, which is probably going to be some bull squash. But check this out, roll it.
What in the world is going on here?
On December 18th of 2025, this creepy video, based out of Mexico, began going viral, and in the video, the user comes across a camera from a local market and decides to purchase it, even though it had a red sticky substance on it. But after a bit of restoration, he gets it to work again, and immediately he's thrown off guard when his dog begins to act incredibly odd.
A Tuco no le gusta la cámara.
A Tuco don't like it.
Ven, Tuco, ven.
Come on, Tuco. Come on, Holmes.
Ven.
Yeah, there we go.
Mira, Tuco.
Give me those woof woof though.
Una foto, Tuco. No. Mira, Tuco. No, Tuco.
Yeah, he's camera shy, I guess.
Now, even though he was a bit creeped out, he was glad to find out that the camera still worked. In addition, the SD card worked as well, and he was able to pull up the photos from the previous owners. And at first, it would look like a completely normal family. But this is when the story takes a dark turn, because not only did the family appear to live in America, but the last folder on the SD card was the most disturbing.
Love it.
Parece que viven en Estados
Appear
Unidos.
to live in the United States. Okay.
Todo se ve muy normal.
Okay, so till here it's normal. Just bunch of family pictures. Whoa!
Esta foto me sacó un susto.
This photo gave me a scare. I mean, it's more like, yeah, somebody was turning the camera around and took it, snapped it, I guess, in the middle of it, and it created that. Okay, but let's continue.
La siguiente carpeta
The
son
next folder are the photos I took. Ooh, so new ones.
las fotos que yo tomé.
Okay. All is good in the hood. Tuco is taking a nap. Tuco looks good.
Última carpeta.
Last folder. Here we go. Oh, the house. Oh.
Parece ser
Seems to be his home at night. Yeah, that looks kind of dark actually.
su casa de noche.
But it's nighttime, so duh. Whoa,
Todo
got
está muy
trampoline. Everything is very messy.
desordenado.
Trampoline there. Bed busted.
Es obvio lo
It is obvious what is watered on the ground. Holy crap! Oh, shit. That's blood. Oh my god. That's insane. Okay, so bloodstains there, blood. That is insane. And everything is messed up as though, like, perhaps, like, yeah, no, definitely a lot of struggle. Someone maybe got in, maybe robbers, or maybe it was just family fight. Yeah, and we definitely need Dexter, the blood splatter guy on him. On
que
this.
está regado en el suelo.
Oh my goodness, yeah, definitely. Why is it blurred? Because of YouTube, or was it blurred? Okay, I think this is blurred because of YouTube.
Realmente
I really don't know what to think.
no sé qué opinar. La última foto.
The last photo. Sheesh.
Now, I mentioned previously that he posted this on the 18th of December because he continued to post updates about the camera and his dog up until the 28th of December. And on his final update, he posted a short clip, and it simply read, "Sorry for my absence. Due to the holidays, I left my city for a few days. See you again on January 1st. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year." But it didn't take long for his new followers to take this video and turn the saturation all the way up. And they swear that you can see a face in the darkness.
Tuco knew not to mess with that camera, and it looked like he may have witnessed a crime scene or some type of ritualistic sacrifice.
Yeah.
The following home security footage comes from a woman named Charlene out of North Carolina. On the night of February 1st, 2026, something unidentified flew over their neighborhood. But here's the thing.
Please.
It's not a typical UFO. It's not an airplane. It's not a drone.
Saw the shadow.
This is something completely else. But what that something is the question. But there is also something you need to know. There has been an uptick in supposed Mothman sightings ranging anywhere from Chicago to the East Coast. Could this be connected? Take a look at the footage. Comment below.
Mothman.
Tell me what you think.
Alright, let's see. So sister hyped us all up. Ooh, whoa! Yeah, something flew by. Can it be a bird just near a light source or house light or a street light? And because if it's near, it will create that type of effect. Speed reduced. Okay, slow-mo. I love it when it's slow. Mo, big pause on taking that long. Whoa! Yeah, holy crap. So it affected this.
That video came from the paranormal chick. When I saw this, whatever that was, produced
paranormal chick, he said, okay, man.
It's a very large shadow, but I instantly thought of those black flying things I've been talking about for quite some time on this channel.
Damn, looks like Voldemort or the Dementors from Harry Potter. Check this one out. Roll it!
This woman was on a road trip when she drove past something very disturbing.
Mass occult.
What the fuck is happening?
Whoa! So not just, I thought it was only 2 people. What the hell? Nah, ain't no way. Is this like a film set? Where perhaps that's like the background, you know, the extras. And they're supposed to stand like that. Nah, that's just too many people. Or were they mannequin?
Get me out.
All the people there, both men and women, were standing completely still.
They look real though.
It was as if
They look real, man.
they were in a trance or following some strange ritual. Feeling uneasy and sensing that something was wrong, she decided to drive away quickly.
We've had similar instances before. I mean, in videos, I've seen videos, but nah, man, that's yeah, no clue.
A group of campers found this mysterious white box floating down a river. The box looked out of place against the natural scenery, and they decided to swim out to get the box. When they opened the box, they were shocked to find this.
Uh-oh.
What the fuck?
What was that?
Wanna see? What the fuck? No.
Like a fake alien dummy.
A creepy doll can be seen inside
Oh, creepy doll, okay. It looked like an alien face from the side. Nah, it's a doll, okay, my bad.
the box. Luckily, after checking carefully, they found no human remains in the box. Just a creepy and possibly haunted doll.
Right.
Anne-Marie Scamordella Cohn shared a photo from an outdoor family party held 6 months after her mother's passing.
Man.
It was the first time the family had
Can't imagine that, bro. Rest in peace, man.
gathered since her death. When they reviewed the photos later, one stood out.
Oh, crap.
A
This?
picture that revealed a mysterious figure not seen in any of the others. A comparison with a photo of her mother showed a striking resemblance, leading the family to believe her spirit might have joined them during the celebration.
Perhaps.
This Reddit user...
Perhaps there is a way. Perhaps this is not it. I mean, obviously, I'm religious, right? But I know not everybody is. Yeah, like, if you're not religious, though, like, do you believe in the afterlife? Because normally, if somebody's not religious, they don't believe it, right? But I guess nowadays, I guess you can be non-religious but still believe it. Yeah, what are your thoughts on it? Like, what do you think happens? Like, yeah, is it all lights out, or you go through like a portal, like somewhere else, perhaps like different dimension, different reality? You know, I hope we get to see something. I mean, there's just so many questions, right? Perhaps like we'll get the answers to everything, or perhaps it's gonna be lights out. There's only one way to find out, right? Yee. But yeah, no, I'm a believer. I believe there's more. There's more. There's gotta be more to life. I don't think this is it, where you just wake up, go to work, pay taxes, and just peace out, right? I think there's more to life than that, and I think there's more after life as well.
User recently explored an abandoned town at night, but what they encountered was downright terrifying.
Love it!
Niña.
Oh, crap.
Oye, güey, si oye que están hablando, güey. Oye.
¡Oye!
Oigan.
Tranquilo, papá.
Hola.
Hola, tranquilo. No, tranquilo.
Oye. Oye.
Para allá, güey.
Bah.
Yo escucho para acá, carnal.
Sí, para allá se escucha, güey. Niña, ¿puedes venir a jugar con nosotros?
Tranquilo, tranquilo. Sounds like a kid.
Está hablando, güey.
Está hablando, güey. No mames.
Yo, is bro crying?
Está hablando, güey.
He said, no mummies. I understood no mummies, but that's about it. But yeah, it feels like bro was... No, I think he's scared. That's why it sounds like he was crying, but...
Oye, güey, se oyen varios.
Out of the darkness, they began to hear the sound of children's laughter and voices. The
Yeah.
chilling sounds raised unsettling questions. How could there be children in such a desolate place?
Right.
Some believe it could be paranormal, voices from the past, or the spirits of former residents. Others argue it might be a natural sound or an illusion, but the eerie setting makes it hard to dismiss the possibility of something supernatural at play.
Now, it really did sound like...
While exploring underground tunnels in Mexico,
No, man. Not the holes. Pause on the holes, man. What's the fascination with holes, bro? Yeah, not every hole needs to be explored. Not every hole needs to be explored, okay? Sometimes you need to stay away from unfamiliar holes. That's a bar. Write it down.
urban explorers Ness Explorer unexpectedly found a cave covered in blankets. They entered the cave not knowing they'd